every day we make history. Every day, because what you're doing today, by the end of today, it goes into documentation and much later to be archived. So we make history every day. But when we mention history, people seem to want to feel maybe something that must have happened a long time ago. Because what today that we see as today will eventually turn to be a long time ago. And you are really very lucky to have made your way into the auditorium this morning to be part of this event. And we want to thank and appreciate, those who are from the History and International Studies Department of our university. Or maybe I should let you know, in case you didn't know before today, that the national president is also alumna of this university. She studied history from this university. Madam, that was when it was history, just history. Now it's history and international studies. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, from that department, we have our director of the Archives and Documentation Center of this university. Please let's put our hands together for Professor Peter Polonsho Adebayo. Are we having seats at the back? Well, our director, sir, so sorry, and that was just an introduction, not an invitation up here. Thank you very much, but we have him at the front seat here. Thank you. We appreciate you. A former head of the Department of History and International Studies, and currently the Director of Archives and Documentation Center. And ladies and gentlemen, also we have here joining us, also a former head of the Department of History and International Studies, a distinguished professor in this university, Professor Afolabi. Professor Afolabi, you're welcome, sir. So good to see you. And I'd like to also recognize the presence here of national officers of the Society of Nigerian Archivists. From amongst them, we have Dr. Khalil Alamagani. I hope I got that pronunciation right, madam. Don't sue me. You're welcome. That's the Financial Secretary of the Society. We have the National Assistant Secretary, Mrs. Anwuka Mary Ijoma. You're welcome, madam. And so also we have the National Welfare Secretary, Dr. Ifeanyiwa Okafo. Doctor, you're welcome. And I'd like to also recognize in our midst here from JAMB, Abuja, Hajia Hawa Jimo. You're welcome. Welcoming also Madam Sahib Fashola. You're also very much welcome. We have also Dr. Abdulkarim Bube. You're welcome, sir. And we want to welcome all of you, members of the university community who are also members of the society. You are most welcome, or even those who will be joining the society officially to be inaugurated at this event. You are all very much welcome. But ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to let you know that the Deputy Director of the Center is also here, Mr. Mark Oragua. Well, from the names I've mentioned earlier, Ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that in the house today we have Nigeria. We have mentioned Hausa names, I've mentioned from the eastern part, I've mentioned from the western part. So yeah, I think it would be appropriate to say that we have Nigeria in the house today. Please, let's put our hands together for Nigeria. And again, we'd like to appreciate all of you, even students of information, library and information sciences, the students of history and international studies, members of the Center for Learning Studies, who are also in the business of documentation, and also members of the Center for Cultural Studies and Creative Arts, who are also in the business of documentation, and all the students from all the departments who are here. Please put your hands together for yourselves. And we have some people also online who joined, who registered, joined, our students, as members, as senior members of the society. Please, let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here today. We appreciate you. My name is Ishegun Alabi. Well, I'm a deputy director in the Directorate of Corporate Affairs of the university, the coordinator, new media of the university, and the protocol officer of the university. Any moment from now, the Vice Chancellor and his team will be joining us. So once again, we want to say thank you very much for being here, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to Unilorin.
Thank you very much. Can we have a seat? While waiting for the official protocol of university, I take responsibility to apologize to the management led by the Vice Chancellor to this all. We are apologizing because in University of Ilorin, time is essence. And the Vice Chancellor was here while we were not ready. So they had to go for other function to come back here. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, please accept our apology. It is also not our making, but because of some logistics that eventually made us to start behind schedule. I also want to appreciate the management that we have to go and call them out of another official duty they are performing. Thank you for the love. Thank you very much. What we are having today is a special program courtesy of the excellent environment provided by University of Ilorin. University of Ilorin is well known for its commitment to internationalization. That is, selling our products and also not closing our eyes to the products of other establishments. And what we're having here today is a collaborative program between the archives of the University of Ilorin, stationed in the Faculty of Arts, under the directorship of Professor Peter Adebayo, a professor in the Department of History, and am I really correct? The Archives Association of Nigeria, or how do you put it? Am I correct? Okay, good. Thank you very much. They are collaborating with us here today. And while I'm still waiting for the, oh, you are here already. Thank you very much. Can you please take over? Please help me clap for him.
Well, okay. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you, and you're most welcome. And just as you know that I was here earlier, and well, we're just trying to ensure that everything is okay and in order to ensure the success of this program. We want to welcome the Vice Chancellor and his team. And of course, this is the time we have all been waiting for. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, shall we arise to observe? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. It means I've taken a lot of time outside, actually. Well, it was also for the success of this program. So, once again, we want to welcome the Vice Chancellor. All right, moving straight to the next thing, which is introduction of the administration and also other guests that we have in the house. We want to welcome the Vice Chancellor of this university, Professor Wahab Olashupo Egbewole, Senior Advocate of Nigeria. Well, Professor Egbewole is here ably been represented by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Management Services, Professor Olaliri Adeyemi. You're welcome, sir. And also, in front of us here, we have the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Technology and Innovation, Professor Muta Adeiza Itudaye. You're most welcome, sir. Well, just as I said earlier, and as our Dean also told us, and as we also know, that this program is much of a concern, to them at the Library and Information Sciences. And of course, we have a university librarian who is also from that department. Please, let's put our hands together for Professor Kamaldeen Tunde Omopopa. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we would like to also welcome our speaker for today. He's not a guest. He's our own. Our speaker for today, and also from the Department of Library and Information Sciences, a distinguished researcher he is, Professor Adeyinka Teller. We want to welcome, ladies and gentlemen, the director of the Center of Archives and Documentation, Professor Peter Adebayo. Peter Folorunso Adebayo. Please, ushers, we would like you to kindly usher him up here. And we want to welcome, I can see some of our deans who are here to support the host dean of this event. And I'd like to introduce to us the host dean of this event, the dean of the Faculty of Arts. The host dean, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor I.A., not A.I.O. Ibrahim Abdulganiyu Jawundo. Welcome also the Dean, Faculty of Basic Medical Sciences, Professor Lukman Aribidesi Olayaki. You're welcome, sir. We have the Dean, Faculty of Agriculture. We want to welcome distinguished Dean from the faculty. You're most welcome, Professor Isaac Israel. Please, let's put our hands together for our Dean from the Faculty of Agriculture. You are welcome, sir. Welcoming also, we have students of the Library and Information Sciences, and that department is housed by the Faculty of Communication and Information Sciences. So we welcome Professor Salah, Saudat Salah Abdubeki. You are most welcome, sir. Ma. Welcoming also the Acting Dean of Students, Dr. Morenikeji Alex Akomu. You are most welcome. Dr. Akomu is here with his sub-deans. We have the sub-dean female, Dr. Igbayiloye, Tosin Igbayiloye. You are welcome. And we want to welcome sub-dean male. You're also very much welcome, Dr. Thank you. Welcoming the Deputy Director, Archives and Documentation, Mr. Mark Oragwa. Professor Falabi is former head of the department in History and Information Sciences, History and International Studies. You're welcome, sir. I want to welcome all the national officers of SNA who are here. Dr. Khalil Halamagani, you're welcome. Madam Onwuka Mary Ijoma, once again, you're welcome. Dr. Ifeinwa Okafo, you're most welcome. And we welcome all the students and also staff members of the university who are here, and especially the president of the History and International Studies students who is here. You are most welcome. Okay, we have the head of the department. Sir, you need to, your seat is at the front here. Please, let's put our hands together for Dr. Justus Aboyeji of History and International Studies. You must not be hidden. You are most welcome, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we welcome all of you to this event. It is the 43rd National Conference of the Society of Nigerian Archivists, SNA, tagged Ilorin 2026. And to put the welcome address in perspective, so I'd like to welcome the president of the society. I didn't introduce the president of the society to us earlier. And the president of the society, perhaps because she's the host of this event. Please pardon me, madam. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome the national president of the society, Mrs. Yemisi Grace Ashaju Oyebo. It will interest you, those who just joined us, I mentioned this earlier when I introduced her earlier, that she graduated from here, from the Department of History. before we metamorphose to being history and international studies. So you're most welcome, Madam. And while the President is coming to man the lectern, we're inviting the Dean of the faculty to also join the Vice Chancellor up here. Please let's put our hands together for Madam President. Well, when I came in earlier, I was told that you had done the Unilori anthem, so we jumped. And the President is calling my attention to it that we've not done the national anthem. And I said, well, we broke the protocol earlier because the national anthem should have been before the university anthem. And so, and again, because of what we have from the National Orientation Agency, all that we can do now is to do our national prayer. And when we do the national prayer, the third stanza of the national anthem, we are reciting, we are not singing. So shall we all rise to have a prayer at the beginning of this event? So the national prayer, O God of all creation, grant this our one request, help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so in peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed. Amen. So we invite the national president now. Please be seated, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everyone. It's a privilege to be here this morning. The Vice Chancellor of this esteemed university, the University of Florida, of which I am a proud product of. Thank you. Professor W.O. Egbewole San, our amiable director of the University Archives and Documentation, Professor Peter Adebayo, the Dean of Faculty of Arts. Oh, I broke the protocol. I'm sorry, please. The DVCs, the Deputy Chancellors, the Deputy Vice Chancellors of the universities. And I know we have them in various categories, but I know that one of them is representing the VC this morning. Please, all protocol observed. Pardon me, please. The Chief Librarian of the university, the Registrar of the university, all the heads of departments that are here, especially the Department of History and International Studies, the Department of Library and Information Science, all the departments in the Faculty of Communication and Information Science. I greet every one of us. I greet our erudite Professor Adenyika Tella, our keynote speaker, all the notable lecturers, of which I discover one of my classmates, Professor Afolabi. Yes, we rediscovered each other this morning. It was a nostalgic experience this morning. I'm so happy. All all the scholars in the university, please, if I miss your office, pardon me, please. I'm not in academics. Just pardon me, please. So all our notable lecturers and scholars, distinguished members of the Society of Nigerian Archivists, SNA, those of us that are here physically, and those that are joining us virtually. A lot of people are joining us virtually now. Our esteemed elders, the sponsors of this conference, the students, our children, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this conference, tagged Ilorin 2026. Good morning to you all. So thank you so much for gracing this occasion of the SNA conference holding at the University of Ilorin Auditorium. We started yesterday, the 17th, with a cocktail at the dam. It was a beautiful scene at the dam yesterday, very refreshing. Thank you so much to the management for putting that place together for our students. Today, we are starting the business of the conference, and the theme of the conference is artificial intelligence and the future of archives and records management in developing countries, and especially Nigeria. We have a series of paper presentations on sub-themes ranging from, number 1, AI and digital transformation of archives. I hope the students are listening. Good. AI-assisted transcript of oral information and manuscripts. Historians, are you listening? AI blockchain and archives trust. Information science students, are you listening? Good. AI blockchain and archives trust. Ethical, legal, and policy issues in AI-driven archival practices. I'm sure the Vice Chancellor would have loved to listen to this. Anything on legal matters and regulatory and standards, we have papers around this. We are also looking at AI with patent, copyright, and intellectual concerns in records management, AI and human in digital records management, inclusion of AI in curriculum, development for archival education, and AI in records and archives. What are the opportunities, the potentials ahead of us as we graduate from this school? What are the challenges you may likely face as you navigate the future? And how do you succumb to these challenges? Then finally, we're going to be looking at public and private partnerships for AI-enabled archival solutions and lots more mind-rubbing discussion groups. So, this is a well-packed conference with a lot of research into the in thing now. So I want to employ everybody to be business-minded and be business-focused as we go through our paper presentation today and tomorrow. So this year's conference is very unique, as we have listed out the theme and the sub-theme. With the use of artificial intelligence, AI, as the new bedrock and focus in whatever capacity we now find ourselves in the world, including the heritage keeping space. The heritage keeping space. And I mean the heritage keeping space. The heritage keeping space abroad, they are making tourism to be a big thing, and they are making a lot of money. And you just wonder, how is it that we have so rich history in Nigeria? Start from the northwest to the northeast to the north central. Within the north central alone, We have a lot of tribes in there. The Okun, of which I belong, I mean, the Nupe people, they are there. A lot of the Oworo people are there. So many rich culture. You come to the west. You come to the east. You come to the southeast. You come to the south. Nigeria is blessed. Clap for this country. So how come our potentials are hidden? And we're not making the best out of this. And when you go abroad, you go to the US, you go to the UK, you go to their museums, you go to the heritage centers, you see everywhere clogged with a lot of, because they know how to preserve these things. Their archives are there. What can we say about our own? That is why we are bringing us to terms of the reality of things in the global world. So the heritage space has been, okay, I said, we therefore see the urgent and ultimate need to flow with the latest developments globally if we don't want to be left behind. Yoruba has an adage that somebody ko gbe to baba won gbe won gbe si kini o agbe si eyin ile. We have to carry along. All right. The heritage space has been given less attention in Africa and Nigeria in particular. We cannot continue to pretend that all is well with the buy-in of this profession in the society. However, as generations pass away with a speed we cannot explain, it is necessary we pass the baton to our children. And the time to do this is what? Now. The time to do this is now. Is when? Now. Hence the choice of the Society of Nigerian Archivists to come to the students of this noble university in the departments of History and International Studies, Library and Information Science, and we have just been corrected today that we should include the entire Faculty of Arts, especially the Department of Literature and so on. So the work of arts is a beautiful work. So we need to come together to collaborate to make things work. And we are starting from the University of Ilorin until we extend to all the universities in this country, including private universities. Can we sell along together? Are you sure? You are all welcome on board. Therefore, our objective is to present the profession to coming generations, making them to see the huge potentials ahead of them, and encourage them to begin to participate actively in the society. The conference will usher in new executive members, the induction of new members, award of exceptional academic performance to highest grades from 200 level, 300 level, 400 level in the Department of History and International Studies and Department of Library and Information Science, and a whole lot of business and fun to take home. I thought you would be happy. We are going to be giving award to the best grade in these two departments during this conference, which is tomorrow. So the best GDP, right? In 200 level in history, 200 level in library science, you have something from SNA. The best in 300 level in history and international studies, and then Department of Library and Information Science, you have something from SNA. The best in 400 level in Department of History and International Studies and Department of Library and Information Science, you have something from SNA tomorrow. Please clap for SNA. Yes. And we are working at seeing how we can bring up some scholarship and award winning from the next convocation by the grace of God. SNA will want to be part of the graduation of this noble institution. So I implore you, our children, to please work hard, try and come up with good grades, and I'm sure that you'll be proud to be the student of history and the student of archival studies. Clap for yourself. Good. So our sincere appreciation once again goes to the University Authority for sponsoring a lot of things for the conference. We are most grateful. Thank you so much, sirs. We're sure that everyone will have a memorable experience at this conference by the grace of God. For you students, we have your conference bag for you. Yes, we have conference bag for you. But we have been told not to give you today until you come tomorrow. Oh yes, we want you to come here. Your conference bag is here. Your daughter is there. Everything that the members have, you too you have. And we have provided lunch for you. Yes. We provided lunch for like 200 students from the ports of SNA. Come for SNA. All today. The school has also provided lunch for participants and breakfast for us. Please clap for the authority of the school. Everybody, you are going to have a swell time. You better start texting your friends that are not here now. But we're not going to give them any of these things until they register. So tell them if they are still there in the hostel and they are yet to be here, tell them they are missing already. And let them come and hear how we got to where we are. I know you want to hear about my history. Is that not so? How I became the president of Nigerian Society of Nigerian Archivists, where I have worked. I work in corporate organizations, in oil company, and in financial institutions. You can also do it as an history student. As a library science student, you can work in these places. So text all your friends to start coming here now, to come and share the potentials that you have ahead of you as you leave this great institution. To our members, our sponsors, and organizations that sent goodwill messages, thank you for honoring us with your kind gesture, especially at this tough time in the economy. More importantly, we thank everyone present here physically and those listening to us virtually for making time to be part of the success of this conference. I must appreciate all the subcommittees, members, our volunteers, and everyone that heeded to our request to support us in various ways. Once again, all the heads of departments, thank you so much. All the lecturers, thank you so much. We are very grateful for releasing the students to come and listen to what lies ahead of them in the near future. Please relax, interact, learn. Don't just come and take food though. Learn, contribute, and enjoy yourself as you get to know more about this noble profession of history, records management, archiving, and information management. Thank you so much, everybody, for listening. God bless you. And I remain in service to everybody. My name is Yemisi Grace Ashaju Oyebo, the National President of Society of Nigerian Archivists.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together once again for the National President, Society of Nigerian Archivists. Well, Mr. Vice Chancellor, earlier, before your arrival, I reeled out the story of our university just in a jiffy, and I let the world know that the university, to head the administration of this university, it was by one historian, the man called Professor Nitoye Tekene Tamono. And I really that out. I made them realize that from the very first principal to the incumbent vice chancellor of the university, having a name to each of these administration and even faces to each of these administration wouldn't have been possible without a proper record keeping. And we want to thank those who did that for us, because even generations unborn will come to say, I know this, even when they were not around, when they were in offices. So we want to thank and appreciate the Society of Nigerian Archivists for what they are doing, championing the importance of employing archivists, to keep records of our governments, of private institutions, and also other organizations for proper record keeping for national development and institutional memory. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Society of Nigerian Archivists. Well, it is the 43rd National Conference tagged the Ilorin 2026. The society was established in the year 1983. Once again, you are all very much welcome. I'd like to apologize and once again recognize the Dean Faculty of Agriculture, Professor Israel Ogunlade. You are most welcome, sir. And welcoming also Sub-Dean Male, Dr. Nogun. You are welcome once again. And ladies and gentlemen, it's time that we listen now to the Vice Chancellor's message for us at this event, and also to declare this event open officially. The Vice Chancellors.
The Deputy Vice Chancellor, RTI, Professor Etudaye, University Librarian, Professor Tunde Omokupa, all the deans that are seated, especially Dean of Arts, Professor Jawando, the Dean of Agric, Professor Ogunlade, Dean of CIS, Professor Ms. Baki, the Dean of Student Affairs, Dr. Alex Akamu, the Sub-Dean, and other deans that are seated, the Director of the Center in the University of Ilorin, the President of Nigerian Society for the Archives, and the guest lecturer, Professor Taylor. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Wahab Olasupo Egbewole, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, I welcome you to this 43rd conference of the Archivists in Nigeria. And I want to thank the association for bringing the conference to the University of Ilorin. The Vice Chancellor is so impressed, is so happy to be the chief host of your organization. Considering the importance of this organization, this society, as the Yoruba people will say, whatever you are doing today is becoming history tomorrow. And history is so important. Head of Department of History and International Studies. History is so important. And tied with history is archival studies. As I made comment in the morning, when they paid the Vice Chancellor a visit, there was a time in this country that history was almost relegated to the background. And because of that, the activities of the archives, archival studies, documentations were not even known. They have, in Nigeria, the perception we give to them was so poor. Many people don't even know what they are doing. But with this type of conference, you have revived the spirit. With this type of conference, you have brought and renewed and you have restored the dignity of history and archival studies. So the Vice Chancellor is so happy with this. And also, as I made comment in the morning, and I want to repeat it, when the colonialists came to Africa, they didn't meet anything on ground because Africa is an oral society. We didn't write it down like them. So they believe that you are not part of history. There was a man who said, African, as far as I know, is not part of history. They are not part of the world. It's a dark mantle of night, and I cannot count them as part of us. Until people started to rise up, say we are part of history. and people decided to show them how we archive our traditional things. We archive many things. You go to the king's house or the palace, so many things that are there. They tell stories. But nobody will do it for us until we rise up to write our story and put them in record. So archival studies, archival activities you are doing is so important to any nation. And now bringing AI to it. As I said, if you Google, you ask AI to show you the meaning of so many things in Africa, they give you wrong things. It means if there are no proper record keeping, if there are no management of our records, our past, our history, nobody will do it for us. Even in AI, if you don't put in there, as I said, garbage in, garbage out. If you don't put correct material there, they will underlook us. So Africans must rise up. Nigerians must rise up. Everyone must rise up. And that is why I want to involve the students. Rise up. What you are learning here is so great. There is no nation that can develop without their history. And to put their history into record is the archives. So we want to welcome you, we want to thank you. And secondly, I want to, on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Olasupo Egbewole, on what you have for our students. By encouraging them, you have said you are going to give them awards. You are even going to give them award during convocations, and you have prepared so many things for them. I think we appreciate you that. So on that note, I want to welcome all members of that organization, the president, the vice president, and all the executive members of that society back to University of Ilorin. And we are happy that you are our alumni. You are welcome back home. And we wish you a joyful stay for the 3 or 2 days you are going to spend with us. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, I declare the conference open. Thank you.
Please, another round of applause for the Vice Chancellor. Thank you. Please be seated. Next, ladies and gentlemen, is to listen to the keynote address by Professor Adeyinka Teller. And just before his voice, I'd like to, by the permission given me, to kindly ask our keynote speaker to rise as I read his citation before his address. Adeyinka Teller is a full professor in the Department of Library and Information Science at the University of Ilorin, Nigeria. He is the immediate past head of the department. Teller was the subdean of the Faculty of Communication and Information Sciences, University of Ilorin, from December 2012 to August 2015. He attended St. Andrew's College of Education, Oyo, from 1989 to 1992, where he obtained a National Certificate in Education, which qualifies him as a professional teacher. He later gained direct entry admission to the most prestigious university in Nigeria, that is the University of Ibadan, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in guidance and counseling and political science and graduated with a second-class honor upper division. Teller did a mandated National Youth Service Corps at the Government Day Secondary School, Safe, in Zamfara State, a boys-only boarding school, in 2009. After his youth corps in the year 2000, he enrolled for a master's degree in counseling psychology at the same University of Ibadan and finished in 2001. He enrolled on another master's degree program in library and information studies at the same university and finished in the year 2004. Teller returned to counseling psychology to commence a PhD degree in tests, measurement, and evaluation. He was about to present his proposal for the doctoral program when the results of the Commonwealth Scholarship, which he had earlier applied for, was released. Eventually, Teller was awarded the Commonwealth Scholarship to study library and information science at the University of Botswana in Gaborone in October 2005 and finished on September 2009. He was rated the 28th scientist in Nigeria and by implication, number one in his university in the ranking of scientists in Nigeria released by Webometrics in March 2015 and number 35 in Nigeria in the subsequent ratings. Currently in Africa, Tella is the most rated library and information science scholar by AD scientists. He has very many other awards and scholarship to his name. Just to mention a few, he has been a research fellow at the Department of Information Science, University of South Africa from 2016 till date. He has also been awarded a Professor of Extraordinarius in the same department and university in 2025, and currently being awarded a Distinguished Professor by the Faculty of Humanities, College of Human Sciences, and University of South Africa, Pretoria, South Africa. There is a C2 rated researcher by the South African National Research Foundation. He was also a Commonwealth scholar who finished his PhD at the University of Botswana in 2009. He is a three-time winner of the Dr. T.M. Salisu Most Published Librarian Award by the Nigerian Library Association 2015, 2017, and 2018. In 2007, Tella was awarded a small grant for thesis writing for the PhD students category in Africa by the Council for the Development of Social Science Research in Africa. In 2023, Tella won the Global Emerald Literacy Award for the most outstanding paper of the year. In the same 2023, precisely October 23, Tella emerged as the best researcher of the year of the Beta by Far University, the University of Ilorin. He is one of the 7 2023 Unilorin winners of the Third Fund Research Grant with the research title Development of an Effective Strategy to Address the Japa Menace among Nigerian Youth for a Promising Future. And with this, Tella has emerged as the first Nigerian LIS professor that has ever won a Third Fund Research Grant. He has also won the Best Paper Presenter Award at conferences. And as we speak, Tella is an external examiner for PhD candidates in many universities locally and across Africa, including Babcock University, the University of Calabar, University of Ibadan, Bayero University Kano, Leeds City University, and Federal University of Technology, Minna, in Nigeria. The University of Fort Harare, the University of Zululand, the University of South Africa, the University of Limpopo, Durban University of Technology, and the University of KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa. The University of Eswatini in Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland Technical University, Kenya, and the University of Zambia in Lusaka. He has also authored close to 320 academic papers, mostly journal articles, published in high-impact Web of Science, Simago, Scopus-rated journals, and since traveling is part of education, he has visited countries such as the United States of America, Italy, Portugal, United Arab Emirates, Abu Dhabi, Qatar, Malaysia, South Africa, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Kenya, Cote d'Ivoire, Togo, Namibia, and the Republic of Benin. And as of the 17th of September 2025, Tella has an H index of 42, an I-10 index of 110, and has been cited 8,177 times. He has 15 years of professional and academic experience, comprising university teaching, research, and community services. He has supervised 15 PhD degrees candidates to completion, both home and abroad, and 26 master's degree students. Conclusively, he is a child of God who believes that with him all things are possible. He is married with children, and he is available for any research assistance by the research students at either the master's or doctoral levels. He is also available for any local or international research collaboration. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you today our keynote speaker, Professor Adeyinka Teller.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and God bless. The principal's officers have left, but we still have to continue. So, the director of Archives, Professor Folorunso, the president of Nigerian Society of Archives, Professor Asaju, the deputy director of Archives, University of Ilorin, my good friend and brother, Mr. Mark Oragwa, and also my students. I must emphasize that it's my PhD students. My dear colleagues that are here, professionals, archivists, and record managers, postgraduate students that are here, and the greatest Unilorin student. Greatest Unilorites. Greatest Unilorites. Greatest of the greatest of the greatest Unilorites. Thank you for coming. I want to appreciate the Nigerian Society of Archivists for extending their invitation to me to serve as the guest speaker today. It is my pleasure to accept your invitation. And somebody say the other time that history is making on a daily basis. Of course, this is your 43rd annual conference, and I happen to be the guest speaker. Of course, that is history, because it will be on record that when you brought your conference to Unilorin, Professor Adeyinka Teller happened to be the guest speaker. Thank you very much. Without wasting much of our time, I'm adopting the theme of the conference in totality, and that is artificial intelligence and the future of archives and record management in developing countries. I decided to do that because I know that all the titles of the parallel sections will emanate from this theme. Who is the anchor person? Please follow me. So my presentation outline is at this display on the screen. An introduction. As we observed, we are now in the 4th and 5th industrial revolution. Of course, it is difficult for me to situate where Nigeria belongs, whether the 4th or the 5th, or whether we are still dwelling in the past, being at the 3rd industrial revolution. It is difficult for me. But what I know is that we are currently in the 4th and 5th industrial revolution. And these two revolutions brought a number of technologies. And these technologies are referred to as digital technologies, transformative technologies, emerging technologies, disruptive technologies, and so on. So many names. And what are these technologies? What are we referring? We are referring to technologies like blockchain. We are referring to technology like big data analytics, Internet of Things, cloud computing, the 3D printers, and the rest of them. Artificial intelligence happen to be one of the most, important, prominent, and very famous among all of these technologies of the 21st century. And looking around us, we discover that the language we speak today is the language of AI. The song that we sing all around, I mean, the language you speak is the language of AI. The song that we sing and dance to today is the song and dance of AI. No wonder, artificial intelligence is influencing nearly every sector of our society. Healthcare, in education, we talk about AI. In governance, AI in governance, AI in finance, AI in information management. As I continue, what is this AI, artificial intelligence? What does it mean? The International Standard Organization, this year, 2026, they refer to artificial intelligence as computer system and technologies capable of performing tasks that traditionally require human intelligence, such as learning, reasoning, problem solving, language understanding, and decision making. Not long ago, we have observed the fact that so many organizations, so many industries, they are now integrating, artificial intelligence into their activities and operations. So the same thing related to the information-related information. And in this discipline, AI has attracted significant scholarly and professional attention due to no other thing other than the potential to improve efficiency, automation, and service delivery. Within the field of archives and record management, ARM, it is increasingly being recognized as a strategic tool for enhancing the creation of archives and record management documents, organization of documents, preservation of documents, retrieval and management of records and archival materials. And looking at archives and record management, we discovered that it's playing a number of roles, particularly in the area of preservation of institutional memory, ensuring accountability, supporting governance, and safeguarding cultural heritage. Sorry. From the title, we see record, we see archives. What is record? What do we refer to as archive? The International Council on Archives, ICA, 2023, they consider record as evidence of transactions, decisions, policies, and historical events. When you deposited money into a bank, you will be given a receipt. You have to keep that receipt because that is the evidence of your transaction. You must not lose that receipt. In the same way, if you buy a land, you purchase a land, from land vendors, it is important for you to keep that, as a document of your transaction. Because if you don't do so, Mr. Hay can rise up from anywhere to claim that land from you. So that is to say that, record is very, very, very important. Archives, on the other hand, preserve materials of enduring value for future generations. Traditionally, archive and record management practices rely heavily on manual procedures such as paper filing, classification, indexing, storage, and retrieval. However, we saw the rapid expansion of digital records and electronic documents, and that has significantly transformed the information landscape or the ecosystem, of ARM, thereby creating new challenges, for archives and record managers globally. It was on that note that Asogwal and Odiambo 2012 and 2018, explained that developing countries face considerable difficulties in the area of managing growing volumes of records and archive material. And these are due to inadequate infrastructure, poor funding, insufficient technological capacity, and shortage of skilled personnel. As a result of these difficulties, we discovered that many archival institutions, now struggle with the problem, such as record deterioration because there are no experts in place, to man and manage all of the records created. Poor records organization, because there are lack of experts, of course, organization of records becomes something very, very difficult, problematic. Then limited digitization initiative, weak policy implementation, and restricted public access to archival collections. And what happened thereafter is the emergence of technological and AI-driven system, which presents both opportunities and challenges for improving archival and record management practices. What are these opportunities that we are talking about? Now we discover that AI technologies like machine learning, Okay. So we discovered that AI technologies like machine learning, natural language processing, robotic process automation, optical character recognition, and predictive analysis are now transforming archival operation by automating repetitive tasks. The tasks that human beings perform over and over again, they have now been digitized, using AI. So AI is now assisting in automated record classification, which are were manually done in the past, metadata extractions, indexing digitizations, document recognition, intelligence search. Of course, AI is doing that now. If you go online and you want to search, you can ask AI to search for you, whether archival material or whatever information material, and then digital preservation processes. Regardless of all of these benefits, the application of AI in archives and record management raises important ethical, legal, and professional concerns. And these include data privacy. As we are sitting down individually here, we have our information, we have our data. How secure is our data in this era of AI? The cyber crimers, they are there, waiting to do what? To scam your data. They are not resting in their world. In fact, they are even contesting among themselves as regard who is the best cyber crimer. So, algorithm bias, of course, that one is associated with AI because the language of AI is mainly English. So what about Yoruba? What about Hausas? What about other minor languages? So that introduced bias. Authenticity and digital records, intellectual property rights, that is, the information created by AI who claim ownership in terms of copyrights. Then transparency in automated decision making. All of these remain significant challenges that must be surmounted. So in developing countries, what do we see? We discovered that successful adoption of artificial intelligence in archive and record management depend largely on institutional readiness. That is, how ready are the institutions in terms of putting necessary facilities and equipment and infrastructure in place. Government support is very, very important. The absence of it, we cannot talk about the successful implementation of AI in ARM. Digital infrastructure, of course, lack of it. We cannot talk about successful implementation. Then investment in capacity building. It is very, very important. How many of us are AI literates? That is a big question. So following the global move towards digital governance and smart automation, sorry, I'm supposed to carry my crowd along. Wow. So just let me continue, but I will appreciate it if I can get somebody that will be doing this thing for me. Sir, I don't know if you can. Thank you. I just want you to just take me to the current slides. Yeah. I don't know if I can continue because of our time. All right. So I was saying that following the global move towards digital governance and smart information system, there is no doubt about the fact that AI is likely to become an indispensable component of modern ARM practices, because many organizations are now making efforts just to keep pace with the trends of things in our society. You know, you look around, you see that so many organizations are now introducing, you know, maybe one or two or three of these, disruptive technologies to facilitate their operations. So we may likely, see the component of modern ARM practices, with the use, adoption, and integration of artificial intelligence and some other disruptive technology. Therefore, understanding the role of AI in archive records management is essential for us in the developing countries as we are seeking to modernize our information systems, as we are seeking to preserve our cultural heritage, and as we are endeavoring to improve accountability and strengthen our knowledge management system. Before I continue, that is the background of the presentation. But before I continue, I want to intimate us with the remaining focus of this presentation. The first one is going to be evolution of archives and record management in developing countries, opportunities presented by AI for archival and record practices, AI applications in digital preservation and record automation, AI and access to indigenous knowledge and cultural heritage, ethical, legal, and privacy concerning AI-driven archives, challenges facing AI adoption for cultural records and archival management in developing countries. Then the changing rules and competencies of archivists, and record managers in artificial intelligence era. Then policy, governance, and institutional readiness for AI integration. And lastly, the future of archives and record management in building smart, sustainable, and archival system in developing countries. And that is where I'm going to stop. Talking about the evolution, we discovered that evolution of archives and record management in developing countries was shaped by political, administrative, technological, and socio-economic transformation. What do I mean by this? Historically, archives and record management practices in developing nations, were heavily influenced by colonial administrative. They were the one that put that in place. They were the one that established it. And they did that based on their selfish end. Because during that era, records were primarily created and maintained to support their governance. That is the way they are governing us. To support how they collect tax from us. To support their trade and commerce. And to legalize their administration. And also to have control over our resources, rather than for preserving our indigenous knowledge or promoting our public access to information. You can see how selfish they are. At that point, we saw colonial governments introducing formal record-keeping structure in registry and archival repository that were largely centralized and bureaucratic in nature. You cannot have access if you are not white. Who are you? Who born you? So, consequently, archival system in many African countries, Asia, Latin American countries inherited record-keeping traditions that reflected what? Colonial priority rather than local realities and cultural context. That was the order of the day. But following independence in the mid-20th century, we saw many developing countries begin to recognize the importance of archival and record management for national development, for accountability, for cultural preservation, because there is a need for us to present our cultural heritage. Okay? So, developing countries begin to see that. So, the need for public administration. Okay? So, as a result, we saw so many of those governments establish national archives. Of course, That is one of the reasons that gave birth to the National Archive at the University of Ibadan, Mr. Mark. Okay? So, they enacted archival legislation to preserve historical record and support governance process. And during this period, record management practices were mainly paper-based. Of course, there was nothing like technology at that point in time. We rely on manual filing systems, registry, physical storage facilities, and handwritten documents. Of course, some people were referred to as writer. They can write from morning till night, and all in the name of documenting, information, so as not to get lost. So, archivists and record managers were primarily concerned with creation, classification, storage, retention, and disposal within government ministries and public institutions. However, we saw the rapid expansion of government activities, population growth, and bureaucratic system, all of which created significant record management challenges. And as a result, we also saw developing countries experiencing poor record-keeping practices, characterized by overcrowded registry as a result of a lot of records and files that were available. Okay? Our registry were overcrowded. We experienced missing files and missing documents. No wonder Nigeria was trying to look for the documents of the treaties signed between Cameroon and Nigeria some time ago. And that was during Obasanjo regime. And it was publicly announced that anybody who is able to lay his or her hand on that document will receive 25 million. But unfortunately, because of our improper record keeping, no one out of 270 million population of Nigeria was able to. And that was how we lost Bakassi Peninsula to Cameroon till today. You will discover how important record keeping is. So, inadequate storage facilities, lack of record retention schedule, and weak policy implementation. And in some cases, record deteriorates due to humidity because there are a lot of, files and record, crowded in the registry. So humidity, pests, fire outbreak, floods, poor environmental conditions, all of these threaten, preservation of valuable historical documents and cultural heritage material. But something rescued us, and that is the emergence of information communication technologies in the year the 20th and 21st century. And that's marked a turning point in the evolution of archive and record management in developing countries. So as a result of that, what did we see? We see governments, universities, banks, and private organizations increasingly adopting electronic record management system, increasingly adopting digital databases and internet technologies. To do what? To improve administrative efficiency and service delivery. And this digital transformation shifted archives and record management from traditional paper-based operations to electronic record management environments. And that is what we are experiencing today. We now see institutions beginning to digitize their archival collection, implementing electronic, document management system, and now developing digital repository to improve access, preservation, and information retrieval. And in recent years again, we witnessed the emergence of artificial intelligence, cloud computing, big data analytics, and automation technologies, all has further transformed the archival and record management landscape. We now see AI-driven technology now being explored for automated classification, metadata generation, intelligent retrieval system, and digital preservation processes, all of which were done manually in the past. So, what are the opportunities presented by AI for archives and record practices? Of course, there are various opportunities provided by AI for AI practices. We can talk about routine and repetitive tasks that has now been digitized, significant improvements in information retrieval and access to archival material. Then we now see digital preservation and conservation of archival material, where AI now support digital preservation through automated monitoring and digital files, detection of corrupted files in those days, for you to be able to detect files that are corrupted. Of course, you can work like for 3 days or a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you are still searching. But now it is very, very easier for AI to detect corrupt records. Predictive preservation planning and intelligent backup system. So we see AI now enhancing record appraisal and decision making. Of course, you have a number of records that you want to appraise. There is no need of you beginning to read, from page to page. AI can appraise whatever record for you. And machine learning algorithm can analyze record storage pattern, content relevance, and institutional, priority to support appraisal decision and record retention schedule. So we now see AI in preservation of indigenous knowledge and cultural heritage. AI is now supporting documentation and preservation of our oral tradition, which was not possible during the colonial era. We now see AI for our indigenous historical documents. We now use AI to document our indigenous photographs, to document our indigenous audiovisual records that may otherwise be lost. It is important for me as well to discuss AI application in digital preservation and record automation. There is no doubt about the fact that AI technologies are being adopted to improve efficiency, accuracy, accessibility, and sustainability in digital preservation and record automation process. And when we are talking about this AI application in digital preservation, we mention automation of digitization and document processing. We mention automated metadata generation and record classification. Of course, we mention intelligent information retrieval and search optimization. And of course, we mention digital preservation and monitoring and risk management to automate repetitive administrative tasks such as document routing, approval processes, records retention scheduling, and compliance monitoring. These are AI applications in digital preservation and record automation. What about the issue of AI in terms of how it provides access to indigenous knowledge and cultural heritage? There is no doubt about the fact that AI is increasingly playing a transformative role in improving access to IK, that is indigenous knowledge and cultural heritage resources across the world. Firstly, we can talk about digitization and preservation of indigenous cultural materials, where we see many indigenous records exist in fragile forms, such as manuscripts, oral narratives, photographs, audio recordings, and historical artifacts, all of which are vulnerable to deterioration and loss. But we now discover that AI-powered technologies like optical character recognition, image recognition, and speech-to-text system, they are now assisting in converting all of these to physical and oral cultural material into searchable digital formats. It now enhances access to indigenous languages and oral tradition through natural language processing and automated translation technologies. We now see cataloging and metadata generation for cultural collection being enabled by the integration of artificial intelligence. We now see artificial intelligence technology now supporting virtual reconstruction and digital exhibition of cultural heritage sites and artifacts. And that is being made possible through computer vision, 3D modeling, and virtual reality integration, and so on and so forth. It is important also for me to talk about ethical, legal, and privacy concern in AI-driven archives. There is no doubt about the fact that archives and record management repository contain sensitive, confidential, historical, and personal information that must be managed responsibly to ensure trust. When we were at the reception in the fiscal office this morning, the president was trying to talk about the treasurer by referring to him as a person of trust. This issue of trust is very, very important when we are talking about the privacy concern as far as the introduction or integration of AI-driven archives is concerned. Trust, accountability, authenticity, and the compliance with legal standard are very, very important. But at the same time, they raise important ethical, legal, and privacy concerns that requires careful consideration. Why? Because as AI technologies increasingly influence record processing, appraisal, retrieval, and preservation, there are concerns regarding data protection. How protected, how secure is your data? How secure is my data? How secure is our data? Algorithm bias, I talked about that the other time. Of course, there is no doubt about the fact that there is bias in AI because the major language is written in English. Of course, when it's communicating with you, there are some other languages AI can communicate, but not every languages, can be spoken by AI. Transparency, professional ethics, all of these are central issues within the archival professions. Then, the issue of ethical concern, that is in the area of algorithm bias and discrimination. AI systems rely on data and algorithm to make decisions regarding records classification, metadata generation, appraisal, and retrieval. So, we should note that if the data sets used to train AI systems are incomplete, or if it is inaccurate or culturally biased, the result output may reinforce inequalities, marginalize certain communities, and misrepresent historical narrative. There is no doubt about that. I provided an example here by saying that indigenous knowledge, minority voices, and underrepresented social groups may be excluded or poorly described within AI-generated archival system. And that is what we are experiencing currently. It is not all the language or languages that AI can speak. So what about privacy and confidentiality? Archival repository often contain personal records, medical information, legal documents, government files, and sensitive institutional records that require strict protections because these are confidential information about individuals, okay? But AI-powered systems are now capable of analyzing large data sets, okay, to unintentionally expose confidential information or violate individual privacy rights if proper safeguards are not implemented. And that is currently happening. By the time you are searching and you ask AI to do something for you, you will just discover that AI will give you another person's information. Okay? That is violation of human rights. Okay? But AI is doing that unintentionally by exposing confidential information of another individual. But that is nothing other than violation of individual privacy rights. Legal concern. We now see AI systems frequently process, reproduce, and distribute digital material during digitization, preservation, and information retrieval. But the question that often arises regards who owns AI-generated metadata, digitized cultural materials, or machine-generated archival descriptions. Who owns it? That becomes the question that we need to answer. So use of AI in managing indigenous knowledge and cultural heritage resources may create conflicts over cultural ownership, consent, or unauthorized use of community knowledge. We can talk about authenticity and reliability too of digital record managed through AI. Archives, as we know, traditionally serve as trusted evidence of institutional activities, legal transactions, and historical events. But unfortunately, AI technology can manipulate digital contents by automated editing. Deepfake, I know majority of us are familiar with that. Synthetic media generation and data alteration. All of these are threats to integrity and authenticity of records. So, what about transparency and accountability in automated decision? Many AI systems operate through complex algorithms that is very, very, very difficult for each and every one of us, or many of us, to interpret. And that may not be easily understood by us as professionals. That black box, or the complex algorithm, or the difficulty nature of AI can make it difficult for us to explain how records are selected, how records are classified, how records are prioritized within a archival system. So we see lack of transparency here, which may underline our public trust and create accountability issues, especially when automated systems make errors or biased decisions affecting access to information. There is no doubt about the fact that as a result of the adoption, implementation, and integration of AI in records and archive management, the roles of archivists and information managers are changing. So here I'm trying to say that the emergence of AI has significantly transformed the professional landscape of ARM, leading to changes in the traditional roles, responsibilities, and competencies required of archivists and record managers. And the first thing that I want to talk about here is transition from custodial roles to digital information management and strategic governance function. That is what you are doing now compared to what you were doing in the past. I said traditionally, archivists serve mainly as custodians of historical documents, historical record. But today, professionals, that is the archivists and record manager, they are increasingly expected to manage complex digital ecosystems that involve electronic records, cloud storage, digital repository, automated workflow, and AI-powered information system. We now see archivists and record managers as shifting from repetitive manual operations towards supervisory, analytic, and decision-making. So now we see archivists and record managers increasingly required to oversee AI system by way of evaluating the automated outputs, thereby ensuring data quality and at the same time address algorithm bias, that is the complex nature of AI, that may affect archival representation and access. We now see archivists and record managers becoming data stewards and information governance. That is what we do now. Archivists are increasingly involved in developing records retention policies, ensuring regulatory compliance, managing digital risk, and supporting organization accountability. Also, digital literacy and technology compliance have become essential skills that archivists and record managers in the AI era have to develop. So as archivists, as record managers, it is important for you to possess the knowledge of digital preservation system, have a knowledge of electronic record management software, the metadata standard, cloud computing, cyber security practices. It is very, very important. And AI application relevant to archives and information governance. Also, ethical competence has also become critically important in the AI era. So as archivists and record manager, it is expected of you to uphold ethical standards while managing automated systems that process sensitive personal, governmental, and historical information. Okay? We now also see archivists preserving indigenous knowledge and cultural heritage. They are increasingly expected to collaborate because they cannot do it all alone. So as a result of that, they have to collaborate with local communities, technology experts, and cultural institutions to ensure that indigenous knowledge systems are ethically preserved and appropriately represented within digital archives. Then continuous professional development and lifelong learning is indispensable in archival profession. Then collaboration and interdisciplinary engagement now become a prominent competency in the AI era, which archivists and record managers we have to develop. It is also important for me to talk about policy, governance, and institutional readiness for AI integration. And here I am trying to say that policy governance and institutional readiness are critical foundation for the successful integration of artificial intelligence into archives and record management systems, particularly in developing countries, of which Nigeria is one. The absence of any of the three, we can never, ever talk about successful integration of AI. In the area of policy, policy framework play a central role in guiding the adoption and application of AI in archives and record management. And effective management of this policy or putting it in place will provide clear guidelines on digital record management in terms of how do we manage our records that have been created and stored. Data governance, how do we govern the data? Then how do we guide against cyber security, cyber crimes against our, documents? And then how do we protect our documents and our data and our information? And AI ethics. What about governance? Governance refers to structure, processes, and principles that regulate how AI systems are designed, implemented, monitored, and evaluated. So in archival institutions, it is important for government framework, to be put in place because they are needed to ensure transparency, they are needed to ensure accountability, they are needed to ensure fairness and data integrity. These are needed in AI-driven processes, such as record classification, metadata generation, and digital preservation. What about institutional readiness? Very, very germane. It refers to the extent to which archival and record management organizations and institutions possess the necessary infrastructure, skills, resources, organizational culture to adopt and sustain AI. If the infrastructure are in place and there is no experts, people with skills that can manage it, it will be a failure. If infrastructure are in place and we have experts, but the resources are not there, then the organization culture is faulty. We can't talk about successful integration. So many institutions in developing countries face significant challenges, including inadequate ICT infrastructure, limited funding. Of course, most of the organizations are now struggling with resisted, budgets, limited budgets, shortage of skilled personnel, and resistance to technological changes. Of course, you see colleagues, archivists, information manager, they will tell you, we have been doing it like that before you were born. So you cannot tell us that we should keep pace with the integration of AI. Resistance to technological change is a great problem that confronts the sources of the integration of ARM. And this is situated in the context of institutional readiness. We can also talk about capacity building and human resources development. This becomes very, very important. Then other elements that can be mentioned include infrastructural development in terms of reliable internet connectivity, which is very, very important. Cloud storage, very, very important. Securing databases, very, very important. And then advanced computing resources. Then we talk about stakeholders collaborations. The government, archival institutions, universities, technology providers, and international organizations, all put together must work to ensure standards, regulations, and best practices for AI integration. So there must be cooperation between all of those stakeholders. As important the integration of AI is in records and archival management, as there are lots of opportunity surrounding the integration of AI in archives and record management, there are also a number of associated challenges. We can talk about inadequate technological infrastructure. We are in developing countries. That is one of our characteristics, infrastructure. Insufficient funding and financial constraints. Kosovo, no money, limited budgets. That is our song. Shortage of skilled personnel and limited AI literacy among archivists and record managers. Not only among archivists and record managers, among almost all the professionals. And that becomes a problem. In your archive now, how many of you are AI literates that you can use AI to perform magic as far as the management of archives and records is concerned? So it becomes a problem. Weak policy framework and inadequate legal regulations. Of course, policies are not even in place at all as far as the adoption of AI in record management is concerned, not to talk about legal regulation. What What about ethical and privacy concerns? Boku. Resistance to technological change and organization culture. Of course, this is the time we need to restructure our cognition. You know, those elders that usually say, that is the way we have been doing it before you were born. Their cognition needs to be restructured to the current situation so that they know the reality that is on ground. So this digitization backlog and poor record management practices, all of those are the challenges confronting the adoption of AI in records and archival management. So the future of archive and record management in terms of building smart and sustainable archival system in developing countries. What does the future hold for us as we are discussing the adoption of AI in archives and records management? There is the tendency that there will be dominance of smart archival system, whether we like it or not. It is coming. I always tell my students that there is going to be dominance of smart archival system, whether we like it or not. It is coming. AI is coming to everywhere. Of course, I am a library and information professional. Sometimes ago, I wrote a paper about robots are coming to the libraries. Are librarians ready to accommodate them? Robots are coming to archives and record institutions. Are archivists and record managers ready to accommodate them? Robots, artificial intelligence are coming to our classrooms. Are lecturers, teachers ready to accommodate them? Our inability to accommodate them, do you know what it will result? The resultant effect is going to be the loss of your job. Of course, if you cannot outclass AI, you enable AI to outclass you, what will happen? Of course, your organization will be interested in, adopting AI rather than you, because AI, will not go on leave. There is no maternity leave for AI. Okay? There is no annual leave for AI. All AI needs is general maintenance. And 24 hours, AI is at work. But you, if you work for 8 hours continuously, you will complain. I want to go and pick my children in school. We know now. You know what we do. So sustainability in the archival system, we extend beyond technology to include environmental, institutional, and cultural dimension. It is coming. We will see the integration of AI-driven support system. Okay? These are the systems that can assist archivists in appraisal decisions, record retention scheduling, and digital preservation strategies by analyzing usage patterns and predicting information value. We should be waiting for that. Of course, we are likely to see human expertise remaining central to the future of archive, despite technological advancement. This is where we are relevant to. Archivists and record manager, you will increasingly function as digital steward, data creator, and ethical guardians of information system. This is where you need to reskill and upskill yourself to be relevant. If not, we will prefer AI to replace you rather than patronizing you. Governance and policy framework will be critical to building sustainable archival system. There is likelihood that you see collaboration between governments, academic institutions, international organizations, and technology providers, which will further strengthen archival system. Because archival institutions cannot do it all alone. They have to collaborate. Because adoption and integration of AI is capital intensive. So on the note of what I have been discussing so far, I try to develop a conceptual model on smart and sustainable archival system framework for developing countries. This is just the preliminary. Okay? The holistic model is this. Yes, can you just help me display it on the screen? Smart and sustainable archival system framework for AI-driven model for developing countries. So, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Like I said, the opportunity you gave to me made me to work, to go extra mile, to came up with this model, and which I believe will be strongly accredited to me any scholar that want to continue from where I'm stopping this evening. So there are 5 layers. We talk about the input layers, which comprises of AI technology that have to be put in place, the digital infrastructure, the archival records, then the human expertise. Very, very important. All of these are the inputs that were supposed to be available when we are talking about successful integration of AI in archive and record management. Then we talk about the second layer, which is the processing layer, which happen to be the AI-powered archival operation. Here, we talk about digitization. Of course, all of those manual, operations will have to be digitalized, okay? Then we talk about the third layer, that is the governance layer, which, dealing with ethics and accountability, data privacy protection, then record management legislation, all of which will have to be put in place for proper governance. Okay, then we talk about the fourth layer, which is the value and benefits to be delivered. Smart archival services and automation, because that is what the world, the generation we are dealing with now, they are Generation Z, or what do we call them? So that is their expectation. They want everything to be smartly provided. So, and if you do anything less, honestly, you will lose your credibility. You will lose your popularity. So that is their expectation. Improve access to information. As they are sitting down at the corner of their room, in the corner of their office, they want information. Okay? So, as much as possible, we must give it to them. Efficient record retrieval and decision support, digital preservation and cultural heritage and indigenous knowledge. And of course, that takes me to the last level or last layer, which is sustainability. Sustainability is very, very important. If we put all of this combined in place, there is no sustainability. All what we have done is just an effort in futility. So it is very, very important. The United Nations organization, they emphasize sustainability. So everything at all we do, it is very, very important that we consider the issue of sustainability. In terms of long-term digital preservation, institutional capacity building, which we have to be continuous, then continuous system improvement, of course, that is very, very paramount and important because that will show our maintenance culture. Okay, then environmental resource efficiency. So that is the model that I have developed, for the integration of AI in archival and record management for developing countries. In my conclusion, I said the integration of AI, digital technologies, and advanced information system is transforming archive and record management from traditional custodial practices to intelligent user-centered system. AI now enhances information organization, retrieval, preservation, and decision-making through automated classification, metadata enhancement, predictive preservation, and intelligent retrieval system. However, challenges such as inadequate infrastructure, limited digital literacy, ethical concerns, algorithm bias, and weak institutional readiness hinder adoption, particularly in developing countries where we belong. Regardless or irrespective of these barriers, combining human judgment with machine intelligence offers ethical and efficient archival practices. Sustainable smart archival ecosystem landscape require investment in infrastructure, policy development, and continuous capacity building. To recommend, based on all of these discussions so far, the following are generally recommended. 1, the government and institution should invest in robust digital infrastructure to support AI-enabled archival system. There is no doubt about the fact that it is capital intensive. So that is where the support of government is highly needed and necessary. There must be continuous professional development program, and this should be established to enhance the digital and AI competencies of archival staff. I said it's very, very important. If you are not yet skillful in the use of AI and you call yourself archivist, you call yourself information professional, you call yourself record manager, it is high time for you to enroll yourself in something, for you to gather relevant skills, for you to be able to, still continue to be relevant. Clear ethical framework and governance policies should be developed to guide AI use in record management, especially regarding privacy and accountability. Institutions should adopt hybrid model that integrates AI capabilities with human oversight to ensure accuracy and ethical decision-making. There must be collaborations between libraries, archives, ICT experts, and policymakers to strengthen and support sustainable innovation. Sustainability is very, very important, and it's not something an expert can single-handedly, carry out. There must be regular assessment and auditing of AI system, okay? And that should be conducted to minimize bias and improve system performance, okay? And lastly, developing countries should prioritize inclusive digital policies that ensure equitable access to smart archival services. Thank you so much for listening, and God bless you all.
I was thinking we will give him a standing ovation, actually. Let's do that. Thank you very much, Professor Adeyinka Teller. We appreciate you. It's also good for us and standing for a few seconds. Are you sitting already? I think it will be an opportunity for us to just stretch, to just stretch. Our medical doctors have always been telling us that after sitting for a while, you stand up, you stretch, you bend, to the right, to the left. That is always good for us. Anyway, thank you very much, everyone. Please be seated. We'd like to appreciate our keynote speaker at this event, Professor Adeyinka Teller, for speaking on the theme Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Archives and Records Management in Developing Countries. Sorry for that breaking transmission. Now we know how to navigate the situation ourselves, our work and all that, especially with the use of AI in documentation and also in archiving whatever material that we have, to do. Everyone is looking in the direction of AI to see what we can do in any area where you see them economists, coming together, to talk now, and they do something in the area of AI, and there is the need for us to do, to look in that direction also, so as to know what is best for us to do, making the use of AI in getting our work done fast, better, and better for us. And this is what Professor Teller has been able to highlight. He has highlighted all of these things, for us, and we can see ourselves in it. So the ball is now in our court, to make good use of, for the betterment of what we have to do. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, we appreciate Professor Adeyinka Teller. Thank you very much. I'd like to recognize the presence here, ladies and gentlemen. The second director of the Center for Archives and Documentation, University of Ilorin. Baba is retired, but he is not tired. And for you to know that he is very much with us, with everything that we do at the center, that's why he's here today. And we want to thank him for ensuring a very good footing for this center. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Professor Omotosho. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you so much. Thank you. So this is what we were saying. When he was doing what he did for the center, of course, the historians, they knew even as at that time that this will go into history one day. And that's the history we're telling now. Very many of the students who are here today, they were not on this campus even when he left, when he retired. But then we are glad to have him in our midst today. Thank you. We appreciate you. He's actually a professor of law, one of our professors in the Faculty of Law before his retirement. He had a stint also at the Center for International Education. He contributed a whole lot, for us in this university. We appreciate you so much, sir. So good to see you. God bless you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, there is a need for us to relax a little, and we want to call on our performance. All right. We can see some people in uniform here, differently from what many of us are wearing. They are here to perform for us to ensure that we relax a little. So we want to welcome our performers. You are most welcome, the peculiar dancers. Professor Omotosho, you have to join the president and the director up here. Thank you. Ushers, please, let's usher him to the stage. You're welcome, sir.
Ṣáwádàrà ọba àrà tẹ́nìkan ò lè fọwọ́ àràrà alágbára ńlá ọba àrà tó bá lára lára tálára fi ń dára níbi táwọn alára fi ń dára ní. Ayé wa dára, ó fi iṣẹ́ wa dára, ọba àrà tẹ́nìkan ò lè fọwọ́ rà, àràrà alágbára ńlá, ọba àrà tó bá lára tálára fi ń dára níbi táwọn alára fi ń dára ní. Òun lọ́ba alágbára tó wà lágbára níbi táwọn alágbára ti figagbága. Ó gbá lágbára lọ sípò agbára, ó gbá lágbára kúrò lágbàlá agbára. Àràrà Òun lọ́ba lágbára tó bá lágbára níbi táwọn lágbára sì fi ga jù. Ó bá láì lágbára lọ sí kò agbára. Ó bá lágbára kúrò lágbàdá agbára. Ọ̀rọ̀. Èrò yẹn kàkí mọ́. Archivists yóò wà ní bàbá lọ́kọ̀ nítorí pé ọlọ́mọlá ní àdìgbọ́jọ́ ìpínlẹ̀ ní agbọ́dọ̀ wọn níjà ẹ̀ láyé agbọ́dọ̀ tó láyé bí láyé ọ̀hún ni ọba àjíkẹ́ àtàkẹ́ àmọ̀kẹ́ àríkẹ́ àpèkẹ́ àgbẹ́kẹ́ àníkẹ́ àwòkẹ́. Gbogbo àgbáyé ṣáà ní bàbá àbẹ̀ òbí ni ó. Ọ̀rọ̀ yìí dáná ó sì yọ. Ṣèwọ́ lọ́wọ́ yín lọ́dẹ ni ọ̀rọ̀ kan wá yọ pé fọ́lọ́dún bàálọ̀ ṣọwọ́ ní pápá ẹ̀rọ ìlọ́wọ́ sí ni. Ọ̀hún ni ọba àjíkẹ́, àjípa, àjírí, àjíbọ̀, àjíwọ̀ lójúwò, àjísì. Àjírí ni bàbá mi ò. Àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀rí ẹni gan, orí lórí yọ̀mùyọ̀mù lẹ́nu àjọ̀dọ̀, ẹ̀rí ẹ̀yẹ lẹ́nu àwọn ẹ̀yẹ bẹ́ẹ̀, ọ̀gbẹ́ kẹ́yìn àwọn ẹ̀yọ̀fẹ́, olùfẹ́, olùpa, olùjí, olùbọ́, olùsìn, olùmọ̀, olùmọ̀, olùnìnàní, olù. Ìjọba ni wọ́n tẹ́ fún wa sọ fún tẹ̀lé rẹ̀. Ìyanu ẹlẹ́dùn márẹ̀ lórí ẹsẹ̀ rẹ̀ lórí pípẹ́ o. Ọmọ o lórí ìfọyà máa ń because ìsìnkọ́ ilẹ̀ wọ́n sí àlísì àlísì ìsìnkọ́ ilẹ̀ wọ́n sí àlísì àlísì ìsìnkọ́ ilẹ̀ wọ́n sí àlísì àlísì. Oh, your work is glorious, yo. Your work is marvelous, yo. Is it marvelous, yo? Tó bá rí bẹ́ẹ̀ bá wa gbọ́ lọ́wọ́ ìbọn tíátíá. Is it glorious, marvelous, precious, fabulous, fantabulous, sufficiency, magnificency, feature magni, omnipresent, science, potency. Oh, ẹni tó bẹ̀rẹ̀ ní. We know this is ẹlẹ́nu máa rẹ̀. Bàbá wa tó kí bàbá náà bá ń ṣe àlọ́. Yàrá sí o. Torí ẹsẹ̀ ni àrìbí tí wọ́n bá tán ẹlẹ́dùn mẹ́rin ọba àwọn àbíkí lẹ́bí ó. Àrìbí tí ẹlẹ́dùn mẹ́rin ọba àwọn àrìbí tí lábẹ́tà ẹlẹ́dùn mẹ́rin ọba. Rọ̀bọ̀dọ̀ ríbi tí lábẹ́tà rẹ̀bẹ̀tẹ̀ rọ́bọ̀tọ̀ rọ̀bọ̀tọ̀ rẹ̀bẹ̀tẹ̀ rọ̀dàdọ̀ láyé pàtó rí pàtó rí pàtó rí pàtó rùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmùrùtùmù oko láti máa ṣàbáwọ́ dáyé roboto láì yọgùn ọba rúbùtù rúbùtù. Ọba àràbà dáyé rọ̀bàtà dáyé àràbà lẹ́yìn oko láti máa ṣàbáwọ́ dáyé roboto láì yọgùn ọba rúbùtù rúbùtù. Àbọ̀ ìjùmọ̀ fún ọlọ́run àìrètí rárá. for the ground. We are taking Chechekule. Are you ready? Are you ready? Yeah. Chechekule. 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 Langa.
Please, let's appreciate peculiar dancers. Thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate you for this wonderful performance you just did. Thank you so much. We are refreshed. Are you refreshed? Are you refreshed? All right. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in the next 10 minutes, we shall be listening to the National Welfare Secretary of this society, Dr. Ifeanyiwa Okafor. She has a presentation we should be doing in the next 10 minutes. You're most welcome, Doctor. You're welcome, ma'am. Please, let's put our hands together to welcome her to the lectern.
Okay, I use my up and.
You see up and no, back and forth, up and forth, back and forth. Sides.
I should the side is better. Good afternoon. Is it really afternoon? We are still morning. Please allow me to stand on existing protocol. My name is Dr. Ifeanyiwa Angela Okafor. This is a joint authored paper. The title of this paper is Enhancing Archival Practices Through Emerging Technologies, AI, Blockchain, and Archival Trust. Blockchain and AI in record keeping. The advent of information and communication technology coupled with digital transformation of archives has turned archives into data, with archival professionals seeking the application of emerging technologies in the management of archives. One of the areas archivists have currently engaged in the management of digital records is the use of artificial intelligence, which has the potential to transform archival. If I come closer, so with the emergence of information technology, now in the archives, we experience what we call big data. There are large, diverse sets of information that grow at ever-increasing rates. Introduction. Continued. With AI, we can achieve better records management outcomes and benefits, but data integrity and trust may not be guaranteed. In the light of these challenges, there is need to adopt blockchain technology into archival systems and practices. Blockchain technology can authenticate the use of AI in archives management by providing an immutable, transparent, and decentralized ledger to track archival records from their creation by AI to their long-term preservation. Archives integrity is vital to the public because they are the only lens coming generations will use to perceive past events. Therefore, every effort should be put into achieving digital preservation to guarantee immutability and integrity in the records they hold. Today, immutability and integrity of digital records are the big challenge archivists all over the world are facing. Digital archives need to be monitored constantly to ensure the usability, accessibility, integrity, long-term authenticity, and security of digital content that are preserved. Despite the benefits of digital records in enhancing good governance and productivity in organizations, records managers and archivists face a lot of challenges in the management of digital records. This is due to the vast number of digital records produced daily. Therefore, archivists need to find a solution to these challenges by integrating emerging technologies into the management of digital records to ensure integrity, accessibility, and usability of digital records. This brings us to the main title of this topic, blockchain, AI, and records management to ensure security. Objectives of the study: to enhance the relevance of blockchain technology in archives and records management, benefits of AI and blockchain integration into archives, challenges of using AI and blockchain in the management of archives, the need for interdisciplinary integration. Literature review. Some use cases of emerging technology in the management of digital records. The incessant proliferation of digital records and the need to make these digital contents impervious has led some archives and other cultural heritage organizations to develop interest in developing emerging or deploying emerging technologies like blockchain and artificial intelligence in the management of digital records to ensure integrity and trustworthiness of digital records. Unlike AI, which has gained popularity and is almost accepted in numerous fields, blockchain is gradually gaining acceptance in some organizations as it enhances integrity and immutability of digital records. According to Wetmuller 2025, some archival institutions on research groups, although there are few, have deployed blockchain system for digital archiving. Some of the organizations who have Archangel, the UK National Archives, developed a permission blockchain prototype, Archangel, to help safeguard the integrity and future sustainability of digital public archives. National Archives of South Korea did a research and development project to assess the relevance of blockchain for preserving integrity and authenticity of records created and transferred to the National Archives. Archain. This archival system prototype was designed for the Republic of Tatan Archival Repository in Russia. The study aims to assess the relevance of blockchain technology for the transfer process of research and technical papers in the state of archives repository. The Study Lab 22 is a research lab co-founded by the Stanford Electrical Engineering Department and the USC Schwab Foundation. This collaborative lab has worked on several research projects for ensuring data integrity and provenance in the digital era, especially for the preservation of digital records, providing evidence of war crimes in human rights. Decentralized storage and blockchain was used to ensure digital records won't be tampered with or lost. It can be used and trusted for forensic investigations. Archive is a decentralized data storage platform that leverages its underlying technology called Blockweave to offer permanent immutable storage on the blockchain. Its primary utility is enabling long-term data preservation, removing the risk of data loss, censorship, or the need for recurring payments. This makes it especially suitable for storing critical and large-scale data versus other existing solutions, both on-chain and off-chain. Research methodology. The study adopted DEX research, which examined data from past articles and reports on the application of AI and blockchain in the management of digital records. That was done in order to adequately ascertain the possibility of challenges of AI blockchain implementation in the management of digital records. Relevance of AI and blockchain technology in archives and records management. AI technology is a powerful tool that has gained popularity in many fields because of its efficiency in solving complex problems. AI can be used to execute most of the mundane activities in the archives and records field efficiently. Today, activists and other information professionals deploy AI in their operations. Application of AI in the management of records has improved records management activities, but with some challenges like security, privacy, ethical, copyright issues, etc. Hence, the synergy of AI and blockchain to support the use of AI is a welcomed idea. Blockchain has equally gained wide popularity in several fields due to its innate features like immutability, security, transparency, and decentralization. Although they are different technologies, they can mutually complement each other to optimize records management operations, especially in organizations that prioritize authenticity, integrity, and accuracy for their records. How AI and blockchain enhance records management. AI can be used to process large amounts of data efficiently and faster than human. It can organize, categorize information automatically, and can carry out other records management activities efficiently. AI's algorithms keep records accurately and up to date, thereby reducing human errors and saves time. While blockchain immutable features makes the synergy perfect in fields where data accuracy is prioritized because records in blockchain cannot be altered or deleted. Blockchain decentralized ledger makes sure multiple copies of records exist in several nodes to reduce the risk of data loss due to cyber attacks or hardware failure. Benefits of AI and blockchain integration in the management of digital records. AI technology can execute complex tasks that require human intelligence even without human assistance. This potential has made AI popular in several fields, though with some challenges that made some professionals skeptical in the application of AI in their operations. Some of these challenges are privacy issues caused by data leakage and misuse of personal data, inexplicability and untrustworthiness of AI because AI does not speak with human users, therefore can neither be trusted nor verified. Blockchain, on the other hand, has gained acceptance in various fields. Data in blockchain is stored in blocks with hash values and timestamps, decentralized, immutable, and transparent. In other words, though AI and blockchain are technically different in various ways, they can be merged to overcome the shortcomings of each other. AI and blockchain in records management. In today's world, with the proliferation of digital records and the ever-cascading technological inventions, records archiving and records management are not just about storing data. It's about ensuring that data is authentic, secure, and easily retrievable. The mention of AI and blockchain for records management activities is a tremendous step in achieving authenticity, accuracy, integrity, and accessibility of digital records. Some scholars have actually written on the importance of AI and blockchain. One of them is Young et al. 2020, posits that AI and blockchain have transformed supply chains by digitizing traditional paper-based processes, enabling trustworthy data sharing and facilitating automated transactions. In line with the above, suffice it to say that AI and blockchain synergy will lead to robust and immutable records management solutions and will contribute tremendously both in the management of digital transformed records and born digital records in the archives. Some organizations now depend on AI and blockchain technologies to build data management systems that are more secure, efficient, and open. According to UNESCO 2021, combining AI with blockchain ensures authenticity and immutability of records, reducing corruption risk. Countries like Estonia use blockchain and AI for secure digital governance. Challenges of blockchain integration into the management of digital records. AI and blockchain have gained traction in various fields for their seeming transformative potential, especially in organizations that pay attention to integrity and accuracy of digital records. Yet their capacity to fulfill core archives role is facing a lot of challenges that is stalling absolute adoption in archival administration. Just like Professor Teller mentioned, it is a big problem. According to Ifedayo et al., despite its potential, the integration of AI and blockchain presents several technical, ethical, and regulatory challenges. Some of the challenges of amalgamating AI and blockchain in management of archives and records are metadata. Their structure permits preservation and traceability, but no complementary metadata standards and contextual frameworks. Their long-term archival reliability and evidentiary value are not guaranteed. Disposition. The system may not support data destruction due to its immutable nature. Once any records are stored in the blockchain, it is difficult to change. It's not even allowed to change. Appraiser. Appraiser is difficult because records are created and classified in a chronological manner, unlike common digital archiving system. Records showing evidence of the same activity or function are scattered across various blocks. Transfer to archives. After transferring records to the archives for permanent storage, original record will remain on the chain because of the characteristic of not being mutable. Regulatory and compliance issues. The General Data Protection Regulation in the European Union and the National Data Protection Act in Nigeria, for example, mandates strict data governance policies that may conflict with blockchain's immutable nature. Both allow individuals to have direct control over some portion of their personal data, allowing them to have it removed from online sources. Removing data poses some potential risks to the chain. Description, arrangement, and preservation. Description, arrangement, and preservation of records kept on chains is not possible because of the immutable nature of blockchain. And this is one of the key principles of archives and records management. Lack of knowledge. Archivists and records managers will likely need additional training to learn the methods of AI and blockchain used to provide authentication of content based on external queries and about how a blockchain network maintains its distributed trust mechanism. Lack of archivists and information professionals involvement in developing tech system. Archivists and records managers need to be part of the development of these systems and discern how people choose to use them. AI and blockchain are new means of record keeping, which are not our area of expertise. We should try to understand the technology and help guide its growth so that its uses and good records management practices from the beginning will be part of us. Lack of skill. Archivists need strong IT skill technical skill and computing knowledge to equip them for the future. Is development in IT is continual. According to Wetmüller, upscaling is essential for archives to engage with emerging technologies. Under challenge, it is expensive. Cost of computational overhead is very high. Need to develop new models for digital collections. There is need for new schools of thought to develop models that will be compatible and relevant with emerging technologies. AI and blockchain technologies could be developed to address the problems of digital preservation, but interdisciplinary collaboration is required to make such archival methods and theories integrated appropriately to guarantee long-term preservation with integrity and authenticity of records intact by maintaining archival bonds between records. Interdisciplinary collaboration will be critical in maximizing AI and blockchain implementation in digital collections and is vital in unlocking AI and blockchain full potential in archives administration. Collaboration between AI and blockchain experts and archives professionals could result in innovations that address the specific challenges like ethical and copyright issues, legal and regulatory frameworks, as well as data protection issues faced in AI and blockchain application to digital collections management. At this point, educational training programs that encourage interdisciplinary learning and research could help bridge the gap between disciplines, equip professionals with the knowledge and skills needed to harness AI and blockchain potential. This is predominantly significant as AI blockchain technologies are gradually becoming complex and rapidly gaining popularity in various parts of the society, not just in digital archives. Conclusion. The integration of artificial intelligence and blockchain presents a transformative approach to records management, addressing key challenges such as data security, accessibility, and automation. Despite their distinct technological foundations, that is, they originate from different technological trajectories. Their synergy enhances the authenticity, reliability, and trustworthiness of digital records. As these technologies continue to shape the future of archival practice, it is essential for archivists and records managers to develop relevant competencies. Active collaboration between information professionals and technology experts is also critical to ensure that archival principles are embedded in system design. Continuous training and adaptation will be necessary to fully harness the potential of AI and blockchain in advancing digital records management. So, my professional colleagues, information professionals, it is time we stand up, get ourselves engaged, be fully involved in development of these emerging technologies, because eventually those records will come to the archives. How do we handle them? Don't just feel I am an archivist. In fact, the way it is going, we are getting done with physical archiving, because all the physical records in most organizations are now being digitally transformed so they could be managed with the born digitals. Your references. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, and a round of applause for Dr. Ifeyinwa Okafor. Dr. Ifeyinwa Angela Okafor has been speaking to us on how we can make use of AI and blockchain in advancing digital record management. And I want to believe with the information she shared with us, it's all to our good and also to chart the way forward for all archivists or archivists in the house or potential archivists in the house. So once again, we thank you very much for the time and also the information shared with us. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we know we have potential members of this society in the house, and whether from the Department of History and International Studies, whether from the Department of Library and Information Sciences, or from other related departments that we have in the university, and also from amongst our invited guests. And therefore, I'd like to invite now to speak to us more on this, the Vice President of the Society, Dr. Abdulkarim A. Bube. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Members of the high table, participants, good afternoon, everyone. So this is just an announcement. We want to announce to the public that in order to join the Society of Nigerian Archivists, SNA, as a member, registered member, if you are a student of Library and Information Science, student of History and International Studies, student of Literature, student of Mass Communication, staff of the University of Ilorin Center for Documentation, and general public, please, these are the numbers that you contact so that you register as a member. Student can register. We have student wing, we have private organization wing, we have individual wing also. So these are the numbers. The secretary of the association is Miss Mary or Ijoma. Her number that you can contact her is 070-6195-5615. WhatsApp, call, or message. I take the number again. The name is Miss Mary or Ijoma. The number is 070-6195-5615. WhatsApp, call, or message if you want to become a member. Then another contact person is Abdulkarim A. Kayode, who is a staff of this place. His number is 070-3537-8960. He is the present treasurer of the society. I take the number again, 070-3537-8960. The last contact number is Abdulkarim Aliu Bube. That's my number. The number is 081-3618-0451. I take the number again, 081-3618-0451. WhatsApp, call, message. I will drop this information with the president of the students to keep it. So anybody who wants to join us as a registered member, that one day the person can become the president, the treasurer, the welfare secretary, and so on and so forth. Then the person has to register today, tomorrow, next tomorrow, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. And quickly, we are aware of, we know our culture in Ilorin. Once it is time for prayers, we want to do that. But just before that time, in the next 7 to 10 minutes, thereabouts, we'll be listening to another presentation by Mr. George Aromosele.
Good afternoon, the professors in the house. Good afternoon, students. Good afternoon, everyone. Standing on the existing protocol, I'll be presenting neural network application for indigenous knowledge classification and AI-driven knowledge management in Nigerian university libraries. My name is George. So before I continue, I just want to explain the concept of a neural network. Neural network is the ability of computer to mimic human brain and then to learn pattern and then produce data, analyze data in that order. So we are looking at the integration of this with using it to classify indigenous knowledge. So the title again is Neural Network Application for Indigenous Knowledge Classification and AI-driven knowledge management in Nigerian university. So the introduction, indigenous knowledge include local belief, customs, and indigenous knowledge as it is now is endangered due to inadequate documentation and preservation. And Nigerian university libraries are making efforts in digitizing indigenous knowledge resources, and they do this by archiving these resources in institutional repository. So institutional repository has been very helpful in archiving indigenous knowledge in the university library in Nigeria. And then traditional cataloging system often fail when it comes to capturing indigenous knowledge, in the sense that if you have worked in the library or if you're in library school, you will have learned about the subject held in Library of Congress classification scheme and all that. You will, if you look at it very well, this thing are not really effective when it comes to classifying local knowledge, especially when it comes to Africa settings. Making references to indigenous knowledge, they are inefficient when it comes to doing that. So librarians usually find it difficult to do this. So artificial intelligence and neural network offer new opportunities for classification and retrieval. So the problem statement, manual cataloging of indigenous knowledge is resource intensive and inconsistent. So Webster bibliography standards are inadequate for indigenous knowledge representation, just as I stated earlier. So limited research exists on AI-driven indigenous knowledge classification in library. So there is a need for efficient, culturally sensitive, and scalable classification systems. So that's where the neural network comes in. So the objective of the study is to determine the classification accuracy of neural network model, to compare neural network classification with manual cataloging that is being done in the library system, then identify challenges and opportunities of AI-driven knowledge management in Nigerian libraries. So the literature we review. In the literature review, indigenous knowledge here we capture indigenous knowledge in the area of agriculture, medicine, folklore, governance, and cultural practices. Library, as I stated earlier, preserve indigenous knowledge through digitizations and using institutional repository. So institutional repository is an institutional system that is being designed to archive the intellectual properties of any university system. So that is what the university has been using at the moment to archive indigenous knowledge. So challenges include oral tradition, lack of metadata standards, and inconsistent cataloging. So inside the literature review, further, the literature review, AI supports metadata generation at the moment. AI can do that. It supports recommendation system and semantic search. But neural networks are effective in text classification and information retrieval. So challenges include low resources, language, and cultural sensitivity. So methodology employed in this study is quantitative experimental research design. Data were collected from 2 universities. that is University of Ilorin and Obafemi Awolowo University Library. In the University of Ilorin, CAT catalogs, that when you enter the library, you see CAT catalog, the informations there were actually used. But for Obafemi Awolowo University, their automation system, which is their OPAC, data were actually retrieved from there. So the data set contained about 120 indigenous knowledge records retrieved through its OPAC and manual catalog records. Each record includes feeds, title, author, subject headings, and a summary. 3 categories of feed was studied. It was agriculture, traditional medicine, and cultural studies. So 40 records per category was retrieved for the study. So data pre-processing. So in the process of, I forgot to tell you that there was a program designed with a Python to handle the neural network. So in preparing the neural network to accept the data, so test tokenization using NLTK. So that what that does is that it splits text into individual words. Then it goes on by stop word removal and all this. All these steps were followed to prepare the entries of data into the neural network that was designed for this study. So neural network implementation. So there was an input layer. It takes numbers from the text, hidden layers, 128 and 164 neural that learn pattern. Because my definition of neural network at the beginning of this, before I started, I said neural network is able to learn pattern. So drop part layer randomly turn off some neural during training to prevent the brain from just memorizing data. Then training, so the neural network was trained to be able to do the classification of indigenous knowledge. So after the training, we could see the neural network coming up with 70% of data, train the brain of 70% of data. So 840 records were tested, and on the remaining 30%, 360 records. So in the full write-up, all these terminologies were fully explained. So training used an optimizer called Adam, optimizer with a learning rate of 0.001. Then it was run for 50 rounds approach, but stopped early when it stopped improving. So results of this program that was designed, there was an accuracy, it reported a 7.4 accuracy. Implies that how many times the brain gets it right. So you are using the neural network to classify indigenous knowledge. Cultural study achieved F1 score 0.91, implies high precision means for false alarm, agriculture, and thereabouts. So comparison with manual record accuracy was 65.2% compared to manual cataloging accuracy, 65.2, then compared to manual cataloging using data, the library from past audit, which measure how often the librarian agrees with order on the category. So impact on metadata retrieval. So the impact was that AI-generated metadata rated more specific and consistent. Library staff expressed willingness to use assistance system in these 2 categories of library where this research was carried. Then retrieval time improved by 24% with AI-enhanced metadata. The AI improved the discoverability of indigenous knowledge system resources. So discussion, neural network significantly improved classification accuracy. AI increases metadata consistency and efficiency. Hybrid human cataloging model is recommended, and AI can support the consolidation of knowledge management. So ethical governance issue need for indigenous data sovereignty protection. A clear principle model was recommended for governance. A clear principle framework was recommended. Then community consent and ethical frameworks were recommended as being essential. Then library must protect culturally sensitive knowledge. So limitation, just a small data set was used, just 2 institutions. So this has not been tested in several institutions, just 2 at the moment. So the study only focused on textual metadata. So no multimedia, audio, images, artifact, or whatever was included. Ethical framework were not operationalized. So recommendation and future research, expand data set to more institutions. So adopt a participative design involving indigenous community, conduct longitudinal studies on sustainability. So in conclusion, AI-driven classification significantly improve indigenous knowledge management, neural network enhance accuracy, consistencies, and retrieval speed, which the librarians want. Then ethical and infrastructural issues remain important. AI can support preservation and accessibility of indigenous knowledge. Thank you, Sir Sama.
Thank you so much, Mr. Judge Romo Sele. This is one of a very strong pillars, is a very strong pillar to us at the University Library, both the physical and the AA libraries of the university. Thank you for sharing this with us. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm inviting the Kakaki Cultural Group for their performance in the next couple of minutes. The Kakaki Cultural Group, please, and we want to say to you, kindly would like you to remain here to witness the honorary award after. Okay, that has been shifted to tomorrow. Okay, so the Kakaki Cultural Group. All right, thank you very much, the Kakaki player. Well, for those who are not from Ilorin here, our invited guests are other members of the society from other parts of the country. This is one of the cultures of Ilorin people. You see, wherever you see our Emir, His Eminence, the Emir of Ilorin, yes, you listen to something like this. Yes, did you hear that? At the mention of Emir of Ilorin, you hear people respond by saying, Shehu. All right, thank you very much. We appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more, the waka. And the waka will also display for a few minutes. And while they are doing that, we want to harvest all your questions. So just simply write your questions down. Only the questions that get to us here will be attended to. Your questions or comments, you get it across to us here so that we answer the questions quickly before the closing prayer, the closing prayer. So if you have any question from what the keynote speaker had said today, from what Dr. Nwafo and also Dr. Ramusele, or any other thing, any other gray areas that is not so clear to you, we have the president, we have our keynote speaker and other presenters still on their seats to answer to your questions. Please, let's do that quickly. The worker? Yes, the worker group. Let's appreciate them, ladies and gentlemen. Please, we'll need one more mobile mic.
Asalatu ala nabiyil karim. Adakọjá Yorùbá Nabi Muhammad. Ìlú Alimi náà la gbọ́lá fún. Ìlú Alimi náà la gbọ́lá fún. Òfìlú tọ́jà bí afá Alimi. Ìlú Alimi náà la gbọ́lá fún. Òfìlú tọ́jà bí afá Alimi. Ìlú Alimi náà la gbọ́lá fún. Òfìlú tọ́jà bí afá Alimi. Ìlú Alimi náà la gbọ́lá fún. Ọlọ́kọ̀ nígbàmú bàbá lórí àlefa. Wọ́n lásáàjú ọ̀nà Nábì Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Bàbá mi ṣe wà Alimi. Láti kúrò mi jẹmí rẹ̀ ogun. Wọ́n lásáàjú ẹ̀dẹ́ ẹ̀nà ọlọ́rọ̀. Wọ́n láọ̀rẹ́ mi ẹ̀nà àjálọ́lá. Mọ́mọ́ iná ni Muhammad. Iná ni Muhammad. Ọlọ́rin kan Muhammad. Muhammad lọ. Muhammad iná ni Muhammad. Iná ni Muhammad. Sallallahu alayhi wa sallam.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. We appreciate you. All right. Moving to the question and answer. We only have 2 harvests. All right. We have 5 harvests. The president, I don't know. I'm giving the, who am I giving the microphones? The keynote speaker? And who? The president? Dr. Okafo and Dr. Romosele. Yes. We have some questions. So in whatever direction we'll pass the, please come and sit at the front here. All right, quickly, because of our time, does the registration, does the registration require payments? This is the first question I have here for somebody who would love to join.
Okay, thank you so much. Of course, it is a society. Registration requires payment. But for today, we have graciously given 50% to all the students that are joining today. 50% discounts. So for our students, it's as low as 3,000 naira in the year, which I don't think we can see any serious association that will give as low as 3,000 to the student's body. So, but for today, we are giving 50% discount. So for students of today, you are to register with 1,500. So please, you should put down your name and let's know when you can pay the money. Even if you don't have it now, let's know when you can pay the day of 1,000, the day of 500, and you never can tell. Somebody can see your name and pay for you. Hello? Somebody can decide to calculate, like I know the vice president has been saying that he wants to sponsor some people and not say, you know what, whatever you give people freely, they don't really value it. Do you understand? When you give people free things, they don't value it. So we want your own money to also be part of your commitment to the association. It shows that you will be serious. But if everything is all free, people will just take it as serious. Are they hungry for members? Why are they giving us free? No. If you go to our WhatsApp group, we have over 400 members in this country, you know. But we want to encourage the students to join. So if you are joining today, put down your name. Let's know what you can afford now, and later you can balance. And like I said, somebody can decide to even pay for you. Then for the lecturers and our colleagues in the Archive and Documentation Center, put down your name if you know you want to join. We can discuss about the payment, but normally our payment is 10,000 naira per year for the members. And for corporate organization, we have for business name for 50,000, corporate organization for 250,000. Like we expect the university to join as a corporate figure with 250,000. You know, that's how we do it. So we will give you more details if you contact those people you have directed to contact.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Thank you. So we are saying thank you to the society also for the opportunity given our students. So you can do that, register, become a member with a token of 1,500 naira for registering today. So thank you. Well, most of the questions I have here, in fact, people specifically wrote on the questions, Professor Taylor. Okay. Well, this person is asking, how can you identify, or what are some steps you can take on identifying deep fakes?
Deep fake.
Deep fakes.
Deep fake.
Okay, I hope that is clear. Okay, and the second question on this is, how can we use or leverage AI tools to reduce duplication of records? Briefly, sir.
Thank you very much. The issue of deepfake and how you can identify it is not something that can be easily identified by a layman, except you are illiterate in AI. And that is the reason why I clamor for AI literacy, during my presentation. It will go a long way to assist you to identify deepfake, to identify manipulations in the use of AI, maybe to forge a document or to manipulate, files and data. So it is very, very important that you are AI literate. If you are AI literate, those things will be easily discovered. It's just like, we lecturers, it is not every one of us that can identify when a student use AI, maybe to do assignment or to write projects. So people will just take it because they don't know, but you can't play such a game with me. The student that I'm supervising, they know. Why? Because, that literacy is helping me. So the moment you submit your distance to me, I know AI language. I know the words that are peculiar to AI. At the moment I begin to identify those words, not once, not twice, not thrice, everything just run through the document. I know, and I'm convinced that everything is AI generated. So the same thing applicable to the deepfake. You will see an element of, abnormalities in the thing. And that will make you to conclude that, no, this can never be me. It is somebody else, or somebody is trying to manipulate things just in my name to,
so understanding the language of AI.
Yes.
Okay, how can we use or leverage AI tools to reduce duplication of records?
Yes, to reduce duplication of record. The other time when I was presenting, I mentioned the fact that AI can be used to appraise documents. So in the document appraiser, of course, when there is duplication, AI will flag it. it will easily flag it that, oh, no, this is a duplicate because it has come across it before. Just like human being that is very, very sensitive. If you are going through, particularly I still want to cite the example of we lecturers. Students, by the time you ask them, okay, I'm giving you an assignment and you are submitting 20 pages to me. And originally the student has something like 5 pages. Okay, if you are not careful, the student can duplicate paragraphs. Duplicate paragraph, and at the end, he or she will have the 20 pages that you have requested. And by the time you begin to go through, of course, some other people may not identify, they may not know that, most of the paragraphs are duplicates. But by the time you try to read through sensitively, of course, it will occur to you that this particular content is like I've come across it, maybe in the first page. You can easily go back to the first page and read through. Then you will be able to identify. So, but for AI, honestly, you don't need to bother yourself. The moment you submit the content to AI, it will definitely flag all the duplicates. And with that, what you need to do is just to quickly remove, every duplication, of content
right, thank you very much,
that is available.
Moving to the next question. This person wants to know the need or importance of archive when there is already a library.
Yes, thank you very much.
Professor Adebayo, we might just be coming to you on the same question. The need for archive when already there is a library.
Archive is very, very important. Likewise, library is very, very and extremely important. But I want to say that there is something we call disposal schedule in the library. Information, data, and records can never ever continue to reside in the library. It will come to a time they become stale. And when they become stale, the library will not do any other thing other than to dispose. And by the time they dispose, it becomes an archival material. Then the thing will be transferred to the archive. When a document outlived its value in the library, it can continue to occupy space because there are new, record, new information, new data that are there, not having a house, to stay. So all they need to do is to self-read. And after this self-reading, they discover that there are some material that have outlived their value. They remove them from the shelf, for new ones to occupy their space. So those files and document and information material are now passed over to the archive. They are passing over to the archive because it's not that somebody somewhere sometimes may still be in need of them. Particularly the historical researcher who are conducting historical research. At any point in time, they may be in need of such record. And since they can no more find them in the library, they have to go to the archives.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, Adebayo, we want to add to it.
Yeah, in addition, colonial records are very, very important for the historians and the researchers in history. So they need them, all these documents. You need them in the archives. Thank you.
Okay. So when any material has outlived its
Hello?
value, the president.
Okay, in addition to this, academically, yes. Practically, we also look at library to house published materials. Published materials with version controls, revision this. You can have many copies in the library, Library books can be lost and you can get replacements. Library materials are subject to renewal. But when you get to the archive, the rudiment of records keeping itself, there are 3 stages of records management. The active records, the semi-active, the inactive. There are some records that you may never get when they get lost. Unlike in the library where you can get multiple copies. So when libraries keep published materials, archives keep reference, historical, regulatory materials, things that the law says you should keep for a certain period of time. So that is why we respect retention period in the archives. Unlike in the library, once you have a new version of a publication, it supersedes the older ones. When the other ones move to the archive, but the archive is also very, very important because these are records of inestimable value. You may not be able to value the importance of the records in the archives, so that if they are lost, you may not be able to replace it. For an example, the certificate of incorporation of a company, you see it in the library, but it will be in the archive, and you will see only one copy or duplicate copy. So these are the different things. But we archivists and record managers, we need the rudiment of library management from classification and so on to be able to help us. But both of them are for research purposes. But at distinction, you will see that we place higher value for archives. Only one record in the archives can mirror an institution. Unlike in the library, if a copy is stolen or mutilated, you can get from other libraries. That is why archive is very, very key. And we don't just allow people into archival premises anyhow. We have controls. We have so many standards guiding the archives. So by the time you join the association, you will know more about all these things we're talking about.
Okay, thank you very much. The next question, we might just come back to Professor Teller, but then we would like to hear from other people at the seats here. Dr. Kafo, you may wish to help us with this. Most AI tools are generated or developed outside the African continent, which in a sense advance foreign interests. So what do you have to say to that? When will African think inward?
Thank you very much for that question. Yes, virtually all the AI tools that are developed outside the country, and aside from being developed outside the country, developed outside archival practices. Though they are being developed outside the country, the main thing is that there is no archival touch in the design of the systems. If we had archival touch, archival practices is the same all over. We have principles that we work on when it comes to records keeping. Should they develop this with our experts involved in the design? That is why we now have our ethical, legal, and other issues that is now standing against the use of AI, which is actually making us skeptical from using it. Again, should we develop AI in Nigeria, it will help us to know how to come about our indigenous knowledge, marginalized archives, the minority, how their own information could be archived. And this brings us to the call for archivists to go and get themselves equipped technologically. It mustn't be a computer scientist to learn AI. You mustn't be an expert. It's just for you to know how to go about with the software. Then, by then we are into that, we can be able to start developing. We have IT experts. When you go outside the country, we see this application developed by Nigeria, by this. We have them. But we have not actually looked inside to see what we can do for ourselves. And activists are yet to get themselves involved. We are still relaxed. But I tell you, in the next 5 years is too far. In the next 3 years, if you're a records manager and you are not equipped with all these emerging technologies, you'll be left behind. Because all the technologies that are being developed, they come in such a way that it is too fast for you to understand. And all these records will certainly come back to the archives. So if you don't have knowledge of how to manage them, you are at a loss. And before you know it, activists and other information professionals might be like sidelined in the management of records. And this is what we don't want. That is why, as we are here, history students, library and information science students, like communication students, we should all work together with the ICT. And that is the problem I have in my workplace. The ICT manager feels he can handle the archives. At times he wants to sideline, but now he has gotten himself into a dish that is now coming back to see what we can do together. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Professor Teller, you want to...
Yes,
while we as Africans always waiting to allow the foreigners, to do this, you can have the microphone there, Dr. Roms.
Well, the answer to that is simply because we are not early adopter of technology. We always wait for others to adopt before we follow. So this issue of follow is our characteristics, which is not the best. Until we begin to be the champion, of adoption, before we can get it right. But we can actually get it right because in the process of my presentation, I mentioned collaboration. This thing cannot be done single-handedly. So many experts have to collaborate to develop our own in-house artificial intelligence that we understand most of our languages in Nigeria. So that anybody from any minority group will not be disadvantaged in the use of this thing. But if we continue to rely on the foreign developed AI technology, honestly, we continue to follow them because it is their language, their culture, and everything they use to build, that technology. And that is why I talk about the issue of algorithm bias. They are biased in the development of that technology. And that is the reason why everything is favoring them. When we were at the committee room in the morning, the DVC management services mentioned the fact that he prompted AI to give him the meaning of Ọlọ́run tó bá ojú. But AI gave the meaning based on, what was input, into the technology. Not actually the meaning of that Ọlọ́run tó bá ojú. But by the time we develop our own in-house technology, AI technology, definitely by the time you say, okay, what is the meaning of AI, Ọlọ́run tó bá ojú, it will give you. What is the meaning of Gerialimi in Ilorin? Definitely it will give you. Because somehow it will understand that language. It will understand that information. It will understand that culture. Yes, we can do so.
Are we already working in that direction?
Of course, we are working closely too, but we are not yet there. I will give the example of libraries. Most of this software that we are using, they are foreign produced. And by the time we acquire them with huge amount of money, it will come to a time, it will not be able to accommodate what we are doing in the library again. Why? Because those who develop it, they develop it based on the experience in that context, based on their culture, their language, and their everything. They not what we are doing here. What we are doing, the way we are doing our own is unique and individual to us until we factor that one into the development of the technology because before the technology can serve us better. But if we continue to rely on what they develop, definitely we will be disadvantaged, sort of.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Moving to the next question. What level of adoption of AI in our University of Ilorin in practical reality? What's the level of adoption of AI in our university?
Well,
Dr. Aarons, you want to say something on this?
Erubasele.
The adoption of AI in our university in practical terms.
Okay.
The level of adoption.
I would say for University of Ilorin, AI has been heavily adopted in the sense that our students, they use AI, but in University of Ilorin, we emphasize ethical usage of AI. So you can use AI for your research, but we're looking at ethical usage, how not to abuse AI, how not to totally depend on AI. At least there should be some level of originality while using AI. So most of the seminars in University of Ilorin and all that, you will find out that they allow that you use, but you should also have what we call originality in terms of the way you use AI. For instance, I will tell people that, which I know because I learned it here, AI can be used to bring out the points which you want to write about. Then you can now begin to build on it. But I don't think University of Ilorin will not tell you that you should use AI to do everything that you want to do. For instance, you are submitting something to your lecturer, you are submitting a project, and they will use AI all through. They don't accept that. But AI can guide you. It's a tool, it's an assistive tool that can help you to carry out your research. So for the University of Ilorin, that is the level at which AI is being allowed. So I just want to chip in to the other question that was raised before now. I want to say for Nigeria setting, before we can actually get to a point where we will say we want to do away with foreign artificial intelligence and begin to depend on indigenous one that we develop ourselves, I want to say we're going to have a long way to go, because when you go to Twitter, you go to Facebook, you check the kind of comments we make online, you find out that we always give ridiculous comments, funny things. Nigerians are not contributing things because a humanoid robot was built somewhere in the Western world and they run Twitter into the, when you build a robot, you have to train the robot. They run Twitter into it, and when they tested it, that humanoid robot started speaking, he became a racist. So he went and pulled all the data in Twitter and he became a racist. So when they pull Nigeria, all the things we have put into social media, you will find out that what we'll be seeing there is how we abuse our governments, how we insult the system. So these things are not good. So if we say we want our own AI, then we have to start putting intelligent things online, because all these things are where the AI will fetch from. So by the time you develop AI, you want it to be indigenous one. It will fetch from everything we Nigerians have put online. Then it will fetch all those rubbish which we also put in, especially all those abuses, all those things, the way we do bastardizing our country. So I think we should start from there by putting good things online. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for. Thank you very much for.
You want
to add to it?
Yes, the person has at what level is Unilorin in the adoption of AI. Adoption of any information technologies or adoption of any technologies generally is at 3 levels: at individual level, at expert level, the technical level, and at the institutional level. At the moment, I can say precisely that we are just at the individual level. Individually, we are just adopting. Lecturers, students, researchers, we are just adopting. So, until we migrate to the institutional level, and when we migrate to the institutional level, definitely it will cover the individual, it will cover the technical, and at the same time, the institution as a whole. At that point, there will be policy in place that guides and regulates the use of AI. Are you with me? So that if the policy says your adoption should be at this level, when you write and your write-up is subjected, to AI, dictator, it will give certain percentage. At the moment, that only affects the graduate students, masters and PhD. What about the lecturers? We are also writing, we are producing knowledge. So how does it applicable to us? So until that policy is in place, at that point we can now say, okay, we are now at the institutional adoption level, which is the most higher level of adoption of any technology that we can think of.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. To Madam President, is there any AI indigenous innovation in the protection of our archives and records management? Is there any AI indigenous innovation in the protection of our archives and records management?
Okay, indigenous innovation.
Well, maybe I should ask it again. Is there any AI indigenous innovation in the protection of our archives and records management? Let me, there's this very funny, this question reminds me of when I visited, what do we call this place, Badagry, where we have story to tell about slavery and all of that. Then this same question arose, that so what are we doing to protect everything that we have in the archives there? And someone said we are using the local means of protecting them. So as Africans, as Nigerians, do we have any AI indigenous innovation that we are using to protect what we have in our archives?
Okay, I believe this question should have been treated by Professor Eromosele that talks about indigenous knowledge. Okay. He's an expert in indigenous knowledge, which I still need to talk to him to let us know. But one thing that I know is that we are not yet there in conserving our heritage. Heritage, either in the library, in the archives, in the museum, in whatsoever, we are not. Let us not just fool ourselves. We are not yet there. The cardinal points for improvement, just as Professor Teller has said, the policy framework is not there in this country. Number two, the infrastructure that we need is huge, and we don't even have it. The ones that we've been using and managing before, we don't maintain it. The infrastructure is huge. Then number three, the people. The people that we require, like he has also said, see the knowledge gap. It's very vast. It's like we just tune our mind to what we have known and what we have known. We're not ready to go deeper. Like those abroad, those in the, the people need to ginger up. We need the right people, Then number four, the process. We don't even have process in place. We don't have process in place to keep our traditional things. We don't even have process. And then, if you don't have process, you can't even consider the standards. We have standards all over the world that we can actually that can give us the model of what we want to do. But are we really ready to know these standards and to put up the standard? When the standards that are in place, and do we have the infrastructure? The infrastructure is also now in place. Do we have the policy framework? And once one leg out of the 4 or 5 is not there, you are leaping. Now we don't even have any of the legs. So what is the way forward? So we need people to research into this for us. So I don't know whether my people have...
I think this is a big challenge.
Let me contribute something in this.
Briefly.
We're talking about artificial intelligence, whether we'll have indigenous means of protecting our records.
Protect our indigenous...
The truth is this. artificial intelligence have to do with digital preservation of records. But I can tell you boldly that most of our records are still in the physical format. Digital transformation of physical records is still very low. Many organizations don't even have good scanners to go into that. So it is when you are fully digitized, we still have a very long way. We are lagging behind. So the issue of AI now, to me, we are not ready. We've not even started. AI, those things have to actually work with digitally transformed records and born digitals. But here we see that we look more into the physical records. The digital aspect is just coming up. And the archivists on ground is only few that are ICT savvy. Most of us are not. So we need to learn, and you don't have to wait for a condition. You still that will bring out yourself to improve on yourself. If you wait for your system, you might not get there. So it's actually is a problem. There's a big process that is in front of us that we need to accomplish.
All right, thank you very much. I think this is a big challenge to the society to help us look into, because if we're saying materials that have outlived their value in the library, for instance, move them to the archive. How do we now protect them at the archive? What if they get lost from the archive? Even if we are not using any AI to protect them, what are the measures we put there to protect them against fire, against theft, against, because this will be a monumental loss to us.
Yes.
I think there is the need for us to look in this area very well.
Yes.
Maybe we should ask our director archives, how are you protecting what we have at the center so that it doesn't become a monumental loss to us? Because once we lose whatever it is at the archive, then that's it. Yes, Dr. Okafor, you want to say something? Okay, let's pass the microphone. Let's localize this question now by asking our director, how are you protecting what we have in the archive, against fire, against theft, against any form of destruction?
Hello. Let me start with that. Okay. Austin self can do it very well.
To preserve archival materials physically, we have processes on ground to preserve them. From the acquisition of these materials to the description of these materials, there are processes. And to assess these materials, because fundamentally, the two functions performed by archival institutions generally are the acquisition and the dissemination of these materials. So we have the search room where security facilities are in place, CCTV camera. We have so many processes, that safeguard these archival materials, the physical preservation of these archival materials. So you can be rest assured when these information materials are transferred from the library to the archives, physically, they are protected, via very different measures. Then secondly, at the level of AI, globally, we still struggle, with the twin activities of preservation and dissemination of materials. Now, when you bring in AI into the mix, it becomes problematic. Because AI and its elements favor slightly the dissemination of information materials globally. So they don't want to preserve. They don't actually, AI elements don't support the preservation of this material. So when I mean preservation, I mean, preserving the authenticity of these materials. So AI elements want us to assess these materials, how they are, as archival materials. However, I continue to ask, given the sophistication of these AI tools and these AI elements, is there any cloud storage facility that these AI tools and elements cannot penetrate? Yes, they can penetrate any cloud storage facility, regardless of the firewalls and other elements used in protecting this. So in this context, should we deposit all our very sensitive archival materials on the cloud, or should we still keep them on our local storage server? Globally, I think they still favor preserving our archival materials because of AI threats locally on local servers, which also gives them wider access. So I think from the physical side, archives are well protected indigenously in our archival institutions in Nigeria. Then on the global front, bringing AI into the mix, I think we should be very careful. Thank you.
All right, someone wants to speak then. We'd love to. Hello, sir. Please, you help us pass the microphone. We want a voice from the north.
Okay. So the same question was asked during the ICA conference, and I told them what is happening globally is that non-archivists and records management are taking the forefront in AI digitization. So if you and me don't enter in and take our positions, the narratives and the principle that governs preservation would not be. It will be treated. That is on one aspect. Then the earlier questions, what are we doing concerning protecting our indigenous knowledge AI? I've entered Spaces, Data Science Nigeria, and Wikimedia, and I see how non-librarians, non-archivists, records management are doing seriously. I'll tell you, as of today, last year, Data Science was able to apply AI to digitize Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, and Pidgin. There was something that was done on Dankale People Group. Tomorrow I'll be presenting on my local dialect, which is Tiap People Group. Is a language indigenization process. But then, if archivists do not call the computer scientists, that it's not all about putting this indigenous people group. These are the modalities, or these are the, what do you call it? The law that governs, like CC by SA, all those community ownership of their indigenous knowledge group. Of course, will still have to, because they will come from their own perspective. I like him. Immediately he finished, I went to meet him because we have similarities in what we are doing. So the voices of the archivists, record managers should be, how do you call it? We should laud it as professionals. And there's no better time than now that the National Archives, SNA, to enter those spaces, be like a watch guide for your profession and make a voice where those things need to be aligned. Then, like they said, the researchers should write papers. From what they said, I can see like 3 papers that you can start steering up the discussion. What is going to happen to all these records online? Thank you.
Just before you drop the microphone, since you mentioned something on law guiding some of these things. The last question we have here is asking on regulatory requirements and compliance. Are there any national regulatory law or act for archive and records management? Again,
like I was saying, we do have to leave our comfort zones, either as lecturers or professionals in our offices, and enter those spaces. Wikimedia, AFIA is another parent body, but they do similar things like that. They are even librarians, but specialize in also this conservation and preservation. And already they are asking people to come out and let's write, as in sending alarm. Okay, these materials that we have, Nigeria, Africa, where do our regulations come? So it is from these researches that you are writing and bringing it, and you are also entering their spaces internationally, that the Nigerian society and also those other people can be able to know, oh, you even exist, oh, you have a problem, oh, we can partner to solve it. So as of last week, when AFLIA I was in their program, they were like, people should come by zones and nationality, Africa, not just Nigeria, and let's see how we can write on this aspect that concerns us. But for the archivists and records management, I don't know if they are there. Thank you. But we need your voice there too.
All right, Khalil, thank you very much, Dr. Khalil. We'll be glad to listen to you tomorrow. And we look forward to your paper. Yes, the president.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank the person that asked this question. Oh no, yes, we have some regulatory rules. We have some regulatory laws too in the country. But what we have presently is that each institution have the liberty to develop their own rules, to keep their records. And then backed up by their regulatory bodies. But for Nigeria, the only thing that we have as of today is the National Archives Act of 1992, which is obsolete. We all know that. In fact, something we should not present. But from SNA, we are struggling to see how we can have a dedicated regulation for records management, general, either public, private, corporate, or whatsoever, so that it can be documented in our laws how to keep records and heritage materials. But we can't do it alone as an association. We need the National Archives. We need the National Archives. They're supposed to be our mouthpiece. But right now, National Archives has been subdued under a certain ministry. So we need to pull them out to be independent so that all of us can support them to bring out the rules. So the rules that governs National Archives of 1992, you can't apply it to everybody now. It's obsolete. But each organizations have the liberty to set up their own rules for managing their records. And I can tell you, I retired from the banking sector. Each banks have their own, and CBN also has the one they request the banks how to keep the records of customers. So we have gone to that extent. But for the national body, we do not really have what can guide us. But by the time each organization, for an example, the health record, they have their own. Financial records, they have their own. Manufacturing records, they have their own. Academic records, they have their own. All of us can come together and speak to the government that, you know what, we need an umbrella law about records keeping, not only records keeping, heritage keeping. So we need to come together with the librarians, with museum, with archivists, and with mass communication, data protection. All of us, we need to come together to have a formidable law for this country.
Thank you, madam.
Yes.
It actually will not be out of place because as we have the laws governing the Federal Republic, so also we have for different states. There are certain laws for different states, but everything still comes under the general one. So you have the challenge for the society. And
yes, we do, but we have in our constitution, there are some sections in the constitution that actually allows retention of records keeping, which we normally quote as consultant has been binding. First of all, obey this one. For an example, the law says at the closure of business, keep a certain type of records for certain number of years. That is the law. So that when you get to court, assuming there's litigation, you are bound by that law, But as an individual, once you obey that year of retention, you can add more years. And after you have added it, if there's any law that takes a no, if there's any litigation, you are not bound because you have passed that retention age. And what we are also looking at is
the entire law for life cycle management now. Life cycle management, that means that from collection, no, not your standard, please, is the standard for life cycle management. That is why information governance, we need to start looking inward into, encouraging people to go into it. From collection of any information material, there should be the rules for collection or you creating. That is the beginning. Then to classification, to access control, to storage, even to sharing, up to disposal. And I want to seize the opportunity to tell all the students that each of these stages of life cycle, there are potential for you to make money. There are potential for you to build up careers. Is it from even generating policy for people? I do it so much as a consultant. Generating policy, retention schedule, framework for procedures of their work. You do it. Then going to classifying, going to storage. Look at Havila. Look at what they do. And a lot of our people. Then going to disposal. These are all areas you can make money, you can build up career. I pray that one day, as mass communication has been split, to different levels now, we in the records management and library science, we will split each of our life cycle management stages so that our students can start studying. If you want to study on creation of records and how to manage it with the standard, you will just focus on it. If you want to do this one, you will focus on it. And I pray that we will get there. We will surely get there.
All right, thank you very much, Madam President. I want to thank all of you. Keynote speaker for today, Professor Adeyinka Pella, thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you for sharing with us. We thank the Director of Archives and Documentation Center, University of Ilorin, Professor Peter Folorunso Adebayo. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. Thanking also Madam President, President Iyemisi Grace Oyevo. Thank you. We appreciate you. Former Director, thank you for ensuring a good footing for the center, Professor Motosho Abdurafi. We appreciate you so much. Dr. George Eromosele, we appreciate you so much for sharing with us. Just as we heard from Dr. Khalil, you've got things, to do together. And we want to also appreciate Dr. Ifeanyiwa Okafor. We appreciate you so much for your contributions. And to those who contributed from this side of the hall also, Dr. Khalil, thank you. We're waiting to listen to you tomorrow. And Mr. Austin Otibu, we appreciate you so much. And to all other national officers who are here. The Vice President is there, Dr. Abdukarim Aliu Bube. Yeah. Thank you so much. And Dr. Grace Ikena. We have some of them online who joined us online. And Madam Onwuka Mary, we appreciate you so much. And Mr. Ahmed Abdukarim, our own, from University of Ilorin here. Well, to put the vote of thanks in perspectives, I would like to invite Mr. Ahmed Abdukarim for the vote of thanks. His eyes are heavy because of this program.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much, the MC. On behalf of the Society of Nigerian Archivists, the National Executive Body of the Association, I want to use this opportunity to thank the Vice Chancellor, Professor Wahab Egbewole, SAN, who happened to be the chief host of this program. I also want to use this opportunity to thank the Director, Archives and Documentation Center, University of Ilorin, who happens to be our host. So I would also like to use this opportunity to thank the guest speaker, our home professor, Professor Tella Adeyinka. We really thank you for the wonderful presentation. Thank you very much, sir. So I will also use this opportunity to thank all the university managements for gracing this occasion. We actually thank all of you. I will also like to extend my gratitude to all our participants. From virtual, we actually shifted the virtual to tomorrow because of the congestion of today's activity. So we are going to continue with the presentation and other activities tomorrow. I would also like to thank all our guests, our students from Library and Information Science, and also from the Department of History and International Studies. Don't mind my arrangements. I would also like to thank our lecturers from all the university, and to also thank the people from the TAN and GAN. We thank everybody for gracing this occasion. So we are going to continue tomorrow exactly 8:30 because we have a lot of program tomorrow, and before we descend to look at the university environments, we look at the whole university environment and see what we actually have in the university, because we have many guests and we want you to see the beauty of the university. So thank you very much. Wish you a wonderful day. Thank you.
And to students who are still here, just as it was announced earlier, you want to be a part of this body, the registration, you have 50% discount on registering for the society. And you do well to invite your friends from other departments like mass communication, other departments in the Faculty of Arts, and the likes, so that they will also join. It's a professional body, and it really, you do yourself good joining the body. And for everyone, by the time you're coming here tomorrow, have your phone fully charged, so that by the time you move around the campus, you'll be able to take some pictures of a beautiful and archival, or you want to document, the university. So once again, we want to thank you very much, everyone, for waiting till the end of this event. Abdulkarim didn't thank me, I thank myself.
Yes, I was just about to say that it has always been like that. Somebody needs to thank our MC. Please, can we just appreciate him?
Thank you.
Yeah, he's so tired, yes. He's not tired. And I was watching him, I would look at, I would see him. Some MC will have disappeared. And you'll be looking for them, and you just come in and just cover for them. But I'm so surprised that a senior staff in the school attended to us so beautifully well. I really don't know how to say thank you to you. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I know you will not be here tomorrow. It's just for today, because tomorrow is strictly business, But I'm sure you can pop in just to see what we are doing. But we will hope to appreciate you better than we have appreciated you here. Thank you so much for coordinating this.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I got a presidential appreciation.
Yes.
Shall we all rise? First, for the university anthem, then we'll take the national pledge to close. And don't forget, there will be group photograph just outside of the auditorium immediately after, and we'll have the opportunity of also networking. So the university anthem. The technical. Thank you. The national pledge. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, to serve Nigeria with all my strength, to defend our unity, and uphold our honor and glory. So help me God. Thank you very much, everyone. We thank those who joined us virtually. Thank you for being a part of this program. We'll see you tomorrow. Good afternoon.
Well done. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.